What a Friday, or what a week in general. I was saying this. Do you guys feel like you have like I don't even know how to describe it, like a overstimulation hangover or something? Like for the last couple of days, it's like we're so free, facts. We're so very free. I feel like I'm I don't drink. I feel hungover from like you know it's like from being so like on this like roller coaster you can't like get off of. Like this morning, I just feel like, is it day 80? Is it day 80 in the Trump administration? That means we only have 20 more days of Rachel Maddow 5 days a week. God, why? They need to make her an offer she can't refuse. I feel like it's gonna be really sad to only get her again for like 1 day a week. What are we going to do about that? Why doesn't she just? Oh, I know she was out. Oh, I'm aware. I was like, where the f- is Rachel? That's how I like make sense. Like at the end of the day, that's how I'm like, okay, Rachel's gonna tell me what's going on and make me feel like it's gonna be okay. I mean, not that you know what I mean, but and I was like, no, I'm like, apparently we've got another extension. Surprise everyone. Was that announced in the news, or you're just saying that it should be shut down and it's not? Are you talking about TikTok? I assume you're talking about TikTok. You won't believe I have such good things to show you guys today. Another 75 days. It will be like this forever. It will be like this. You know what I mean? Like, so Trump has control for the rest of our lives. He'll be like, oh, 75 days. I might need to change the batteries in my keyboard. Oh, I'm typing. I'm doing it again. I'm like, my keyboard doesn't work, typing on the wrong computer, wondering why my keyboard doesn't work. It's embarrassing to be me. Hold on, give me one more second so I can make sure we get live on YouTube and Twitch, and then we can start this party. Thank you for sharing the live. Everyone share the live with 10 people. Let's get more people in here. Oh, now I see. Let me change. I got one more goal to change. Let's tap and get to 25,000 as quickly as possible. I'm changing the tap counter right now. And then we are going to get started. It's great. We get a 75-day extension. So this is like, I just think this will be a series of extensions forever. And honestly, you want to know why that probably is. Like, he's trying to get, I mean, whatever he's really trying to do, get some deal that like ultimately Xi would have to approve of. You know what I mean? Because Xi's pissed. She's like, you're not going to control Chinese companies in the American marketplace. Not even that it's not even a Chinese company. Like, but you know what I'm saying, in the American marketplace, because it sets a horrible authoritarian precedent that they can be discriminated against in the American marketplace. And now Trump did all this tariff BS, and China, I don't know if you guys have seen the news, but China is just announced 34% retaliatory tariffs. So I'm sure it's no time to be trying to make a deal. I don't think China's answering the phone at this point when it comes to Trump, so he's probably got to take a break. Plus, I mean, isn't he in Saudi Arabia, like at a golf tournament, getting paid millions? That's what Trump did yesterday. While everybody's panicking and losing their retirement savings, he was being driven around a golf course, getting paid millions a live golf tournament to be there. I mean, that's what's going on. So I'm not surprised. Like, nothing can be figured out with TikTok because Trump's persona non grata. Yeah, Saudi Arabia owns the live golf tournaments, and he is getting paid millions of dollars by them. He's not just like hanging out there for free. Like, just know that. Like, he set the world on fire, and then it's like, hold on, I'm gonna go sit at a golf tournament. And yeah, exactly. As well, do you guys remember? Because I remember like them saying, oh, Biden better, anytime soldiers are unalived, Biden better be there to meet the plane. If he's not there, he's a loser. That's the other thing that happened. Those 4 soldiers from Lithuania, their bodies were returned to the United States. Was Trump standing there as presidents are supposed to do? It's like a ceremony when they bring the caskets off the plane. Of course not. Of course he wasn't there. Of course he didn't do anything. Yeah, what about Biden? It's the hypocrisy. If I hear one more thing about Hillary Clinton, about Joe Biden, did you finish going live? Kira, I don't know exactly what that means. I just went live. Oh yeah. I think I'm live. Oh, am I live on Twitch and YouTube, you mean? Yeah, actually do check on my ADHD. But yes, Twitch is live. Yes. Thank you, Yo Sam. I just forgot to push one button. Thank you for reminding me. Using the wrong mouse again. No, I'm not. Why isn't it working? Hold on. This happens sometimes on YouTube. It won't let me push the start goal. Give me 1 second. You have to set goals, and sometimes the button just does not. I am pushing it. Here, I change the goal. Maybe that will help. This is really annoying. Here, what can I do? I'm just going to refresh and try again. I have no choice. I don't know why this won't start. It seems to be a theme, though. Let me refresh the live I'm just trying to do one thing on YouTube. It's not letting me set up the super chat goal. And then, now it says, a new member. Maybe that's why it was frozen. Hold on. Let's see if it will let me now. Refresh. Is it working? Oh, yes, it worked. Okay. Kelly Phillips, welcome to being a rad resistor on YouTube. Thank you for the YouTube membership. I think that might be why it was frozen, because I literally couldn't push any buttons on YouTube. Yay, YouTube. Jason Miguel, thanks for subscribing on YouTube. I love this feed that shows everything that happens. Okay. I need to mute for 1 second and clear my throat. I feel like I'm going to lose my voice in a second. Oh, it just came in. Trump extends TikTok deadline. It literally that's so funny. You just said that and it showed up in my inbox. I'll click on that and I'll update us on that in 1 second. I just need to clear my throat really quick. Trump can't get a deal done because China's literally on the verge of never speaking to us again in a civil way. Trump extends the TikTok. Nobody will talk to Trump. It's hilarious. Yeah, I agree too, Loris. It will just be a forever we're extending it, because then it just gives him more leverage, more power. This is all about consolidating authoritarian control. What other president ever in history has been, and again, if you're not a hypocrite and you're a real conservative, you would be railing against the president interfering in the capitalistic marketplaces like this. But nope, they are all hypocritical idiots. So, truthfully. We're going to get to brand. That's the first thing on my, that's what literally is right there. That's the first thing on my list. We'll talk about Creepy Russell in a second. I need to clear my throat really quick. Oh, he's beyond off the rails. Does anyone remember when we had to go through a year of the guardrails of democracy will hold? If I ever hear the word guardrails of democracy again, I feel sorry for the person that tries to say that to me. Does everyone remember liberals are just being hyperbolic and lying. The guardrails of democracy will hold. Don't you worry. The checks and balances, blah, 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 blah. Never ending lies for these people. How are the guardrails of democracy holding, you guys? Is it working? Are we free yet? I'm feeling very free. Free from democracy, free from checks and balances, free from financial freedom. Bounce checks and imbalances. Good one. Tap the screen. Everyone tap the screen. Let's get to 25K. Please share the live with 10 people. I know it's probably my fault. People are slow to trickle in here, quite honestly, because sometimes I start the live at different times. But it just, because of the nature of what I have to do in my life, it's just sometimes I have to take care of things. I have someone here trying to fix something under the sink, and I just didn't feel comfortable with not waiting for them to get out of the house before I locked myself in here to do the live, because that would be probably wrong. Sorry. So that's what I'm a little bit late to the party, but I'm going to try to start always within like 15 minutes. How's my dad? He's doing okay. Actually, he's doing okay. He's been walking. I mean, he's just severe. Well, it's a lot of things we could go into, but the imminent one is just, I have to make sure his insulin and stuff, proud Hispanic men sometimes don't take care of themselves, and then they'd rather just go into a diabetic coma and be like, something's wrong with me. So it's like, I'll like be like poking him to like test his blood sugar in his sleep. Like he'll wake up and like yell at me. I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do. Thanks for asking, Grandma. I appreciate it. Okay. Yeah, I did. That's why I look a little bit tired. It's because I just like passed out. I had to, like I said, I feel like I have like an overstimulation hangover, almost. But I had some really good stuff to talk about. I mean, you know what I mean by good. It's not good. It's not going to be. It's not going to be great. It's going to be slightly depressing, but we're going to get there. Are the alerts on? Yeah, I think they're okay.
You know that paper is more sophisticated now
There we go.
than computers.
Thank you so much. Let me make sure the goal is pinned. We're almost ready to get this party started. Hey, Miss Julie, missed you. Everyone do your heart knees, please. If you would like to subscribe, there's that star in the left-hand bottom of the corner. We are at 358 subscriptions. I'm trying to get back up. I think right now the goal is set at 400. If you can subscribe, please, or buy some subscriptions for everyone else. Obviously, if you already have one, you can assign them to other people in the chat, which is always fun. Hey, Sassy. I'm so happy it's Friday. I mean, and it feels like we never get a break, but today, I don't know. I feel good today. And I'm excited about all the stuff we get to talk about. I made good on my Richard Wolff promise, because if you like Robert Reich, you're about to meet my real God. Like, Robert Reich is like a very good communicator, and his stuff, it's like, man, Dr. Richard Wolff is the best economist in this country. I'm sure he'll be the first one to get kicked out too when Trump finally starts removing professors. So may as well enjoy him while I will show you my maker. He's pretty much, I mean, not that I don't think I'm a radical like we talk about. I don't think equity and equality is radical, and the way numbers and for economic formulas align with those ideas. Like, is it if any of that's radical? Labor rights, things of that. I guess Dr. Richard Wolff did, in fact, radicalize me. Anyways, okay, let's get. I mean, if this is the first you've ever heard about this creep, I'm shocked. Like, do you guys remember? I was thinking about this. It's a larger example, like, of the phenomenon, right? Like, the difference, in my personal opinion, right now in America, or not right now, this has been going on for a while, but it's definitely since I would say the first Trump term kind of cemented itself. If you on the left, right? Not right. No, don't say that. That's confusing. On the left, people need to take something called, and this is a new word for MAGA. They probably still haven't been able to master it. Accountability. It's not, and like, I think that's a common mistake, like, that people assume, like, oh, they're performative on the left, or they're what do you call it? I'm trying to think, virtue signalers or whatever. No, the bottom line is, I mean, this is my opinion, because I make mistakes all the time, especially when you are online and like, thank you, Sue Marie Cat, for this 2 giveaway subs. Awesome. W Sue. Appreciate it so much.
More sophisticated now than computers.
Yeah. So like, all you need to do is take accountability. As humans, we always make mistakes, right? And I also think that's the difference with like malignant narcissists. Let's say like Trump would be a great example, or some recent creators we've seen on this app. Like the difference is, I mean, accountability is not just words, right? Like you have to mean it deep down. You have to put yourself in someone else's shoes and recognize how you've harmed them, and you have to be truly remorseful about it. And yeah, it's the and exactly, and then it's the actions going forward, right? It's I have I recognize, I have reflected, I understand that I have caused harm. And as a result of that, like my actions moving forward will reflect that I understand, the harm I caused, and I'm making changes. That's all it is. And like, I will say that was the glaring difference and why I got beaten. So the S beaten out of me so much in my childhood, because when I was a child, I was taught that like accountability, empathy, remorse was weak, and it had to be beaten out of me. I mean, that's truly what I was taught. But now, and it took me a long time. That's why I say, like, it's too bad I wasted like 3/4 of my life being closed off and like angry and shut down. Right? Hey, Steve, welcome back. I've been back. I'll try to be back. Yeah, I wasn't here last week. I'm here. I'm here now. We've been back all week, and it's been a good week. So glad to see you too, Steve. But yeah, so I was taught that all of that accountability, empathy, remorse, any sort of crying was weakness. And it was, for a long time, I was completely detached from my emotions. Like, you would have thought I was a narcissist because I was taught to mirror my parents' behavior, who was a malignant narcissist. And then now I realize, like, oh, actually my real power becomes because I can do that. Because we will all make mistakes, but when I make mistakes, like I immediately feel horrible. And I have a very analytical brain. So like when I make a mistake, I know, like I've not like, oh, I wonder if that was me. Like I immediately know, I immediately feel horrible, and I immediately want to take accountability. And for a long time in my 20s, I had stopped doing that because I was taught, like, that's weakness, you need to stop. But it's my superpower, and it's everyone's superpower. And that's how you exist on the left. People think the left, I mean, we are purity testers, and I do think that's another conversation that we probably need to stop. But I think what people are missing is that purity testing, it's not about like, you're not good enough, get the F out. It's about, hey, I want you to self-reflect inwardly, think about what I am saying right now, and take accountability. It's about being able to look inward and consider, like, hey, are my words and actions causing any harm? And if so, like, what can I do to change that? You need a husband on the right. That's funny. Most of the people I have dated have been right leaning. I mean, I think that's the nature of also living in Arizona. Like, the reason I say I dated men in Arizona, because like my family here, I have a very large family, obviously, and like for a long time also, like, it's not in my family, it's not okay to be gay because God, doesn't like gay people or whatever. So I was also like really ashamed that I was attracted to women too, or whatever. So I've dated a lot of right-leaning men in Arizona and around the world. Also, I was a Division I athlete, and so like, yeah, you run into a lot of right-leaning men. But anyways, yeah, like that's what it is when people call the left purity testers and everything. And yeah, I think we all have. There's a lot of like. Sometimes we do form mobs on the left and we're yelling at people. But when I think about where that comes from, it comes from we all have a lot of empathy. We've been hurt in the past. We are actually, when we see out in society people being harmed, it's like we're reliving those experiences that we personally felt. So, you know what I mean? We're honestly like reliving our own pain and trying to make someone see, don't harm people, you need to change. And the thing is like, And actually, I'll say this. I learned this. I knew it before, but TikTok has taught me this lesson. And when that happens to you, because I have definitely had a few mobs of people on the left come after me. I would say probably like 3 or 4 times I've had mobs of people come after me on the left. And like the answer is not to fight, right? It's just to think, like, where is this all coming from? And to demonstrate outwardly that you are listening, you are processing, you are thinking about, hey, I'm internalizing this and I'm thinking about if and when and how I need to make changes moving forward, right? It's not about being defensive. Like, we all make mistakes. Nobody is perfect. And if you think about what's going on the right, there is zero accountability, period. It's delusion. Like, look at Signalgate. They cannot even say something that could have unalived people in our military is wrong. I mean, if you can't take that kind of basic accountability, what does that mean for us going forward? And it's almost like when you think back, they would hold Biden to these completely unrealistic standards. He would still address them, reflect, take accountability. And it was almost like they hated him for that accountability. Do you know what I'm saying? I mean, you want to talk about, it's like, what do you want? They resented him for the accountability, for acknowledging what they were saying the problem was. And that's how I mean, there's no logic, there's no reason on the right. And so that's why I'm talking about this, because of this Russell Brand situation. If you remember, the first time I heard this stuff Russell Brand mentioned was back during Me Too. And, and people, when women on the internet were starting to be like, oh, well, what about this person? And if you know about the Russell Brand situation, there are a lot of comedians, men and women, like that go, on the comedy circuit and stuff, that have talked about this for years and said, like, hey, this is like one of the long held secrets, but widely known things, like in the comedy circuit community, that like this is what he was doing. Like, he was a danger to people, and particularly to women. And if you remember Russell Brand, remember back in the days when he was like with Katy Perry, he was like a leftist. He was almost like left of left, I would say. You know what I mean? He was almost purporting him. Yeehaw! Thank you for the hat. Appreciate it. He was almost enforcing it. I would say he was almost like a left libertarian. Like, he was almost giving like Noam Chomsky vibes sometimes. I'm not saying his behavior was matching that, but that's what he was when he was around Katy Perry. And when these rumors and things and accusations started coming out around the Me Too movement, you have two choices, right? If you're on the left, and it's to do what I just explained. When the mob comes after you on the left with righteous indignance, you drop your defenses, you don't fight, and you just think like, hey, when people are angry, there's something underneath that, which is hurt, which is pain, which is, there's a lot of different reasons people are angrily coming at you. And I think when mobs on the left are coming after people, 9 times out of 10, it's like they are reliving their own trauma through someone else. And they're like, I couldn't protect myself when this happened to me, but I can protect this person now, or I can say what I think now. Right. And you don't get defensive. You recognize that, and you reflect, and you demonstrate as many times as you need to that you understand, that you hear, and that you are going to be more sensitive. You understand the harm, and you're going to make changes moving forward. You don't need to fight. You don't need to yell. You don't need to be defensive. You need to deeply reflect and demonstrate your empathy. That's what people are looking for. I think about why I'm so, hyper vigilant, and why I'm always watching people, and I never listen to the words they say. I'm always watching people's actions. It's because people are trying to protect themselves. We've all had experiences with people hurting us, and you want to see, it's like, show me who you are. Okay, you've done something wrong. And that's when you truly get to see who someone is. It's their response to it, right? That's the chance to show, hey, I have empathy. I understand. I can critically reason my way through this and see I need to make a change. And if you cannot do that, Your only option is to move right. And where is Russell Brand now? He's a conspiracy theorist on the far right fringe, interviewing people like Tucker Carlson. If you want to stay on the left, you don't have to be perfect, because God knows I would not be here. If you had to be perfect, I wouldn't be here. A lot of us would not be here. You just have to be able to reflect. Like I say this before, there was recently a creator I was yelling about in the Discord and saying that they were harming people and they needed to go away and reflect. And I had many conversations with this person in private. And by conversations, I mean like screaming at them. And one of the things I was like calling this person a shitbag over and over. And he was like, why are you calling me that? I'm like, listen, if I ever harm this many people, I want you to call me up and I want you to tell me that I am behaving like a shitbag. And I need to change, because that's what I want my friends to do. So this is your time to understand that you have harmed people and that you are behaving like a shitbag right now. You know what I mean? Who wants friends around them that don't hold them accountable or don't make them listen, take accountability? I mean, this is a person who was sitting on the internet every day saying, informed consent, people on the right don't give women informed consent and I'm protecting women, and then was denying women informed consent while being a hypocrite and lying to them the entire time. So, and you have an option, which I will say for all intents and purposes, and from what I know of the situation, which is quite a lot, like this person is not going to move right and is going to go into treatment and take a deep look at themselves. Now, does that mean in the end there will be real change? I don't know. No one knows that. But like, that's what I'm saying. The other option, and I said this on the phone to this person, I was like, you have two options. It is deep reflection, remorse, like therapy, soul searching. And it's not going to be a day or a week. It's going to be months. Or you move right, because there's a whole group of people over there like who are waiting to be like, it's not your fault. Like the left are a bunch of purity testing hypocritic liberals, right? If you want to stay on the left, all you have to do is be able to take not fake accountability, real deep accountability, right? And it's a hard process and it's painful. And like when I first started taking accountability, oh my God. And I would say the advantage for me is nobody is a harsher critic of me than myself. Nobody has ever said words to me out loud. And I mean, you should hear the things people have said to me. I've been in a lot of abusive relationships, but like what I'm saying in my head to myself, especially before therapy, like I am decimating myself. So, like at least I'm able to self-reflect. But when you have to start taking outward accountability and being humbled, and depending, right, whatever your survival skills are, let's say you're a narcissist, that can be very hard to say, I'm not God and I've messed up here, right? So yeah, I'm just saying this because Russell Brand was a person who was at those crossroads. He could have taken accountability, and there's different types. I'm now talking about the first time I started hearing about these allegations back during the Me Too movement. He denied them. He shamed women. He said people were liars. When the whole time, the whole comedy community is like, oh yeah, this has been a long known secret in the comedy community. This is what he's been doing to people, right? So when he was at that crossroads, there was no accountability. I mean, and that's the difference. And I've gotten better and better at it, but I think people are like, I'm so scared of cancel culture. I'm so scared. You don't need to be scared of it. You just need to recognize, like, if and when we are all fallible people, and when you make a mistake, you just have to be prepared to take accountability. If you want to be famous, if you want to get, let's say, and I'm not one of these people, but if you're like paid, if you're an influencer who's paid to represent brands and you do something like this, then you're going to lose that. You're going to lose what you have built, and you're going to need to rebuild, right? But it doesn't mean you're thrown out of the left. It just means there's a process you have to go through to prove to people that you're not a shitbag. Anyways, again, what we're talking about. So I guess these incidences, because I just want to be super clear, happened between 1995 and 2005, and they're pretty brutal. Like, I don't even know if I can read some of this stuff, but I'll just. He's saying. So Mr. Brand is accused of raping a woman in the Bournemouth area in southern England in 99, indecently assaulting a woman in London in 2001, orally raping and essaying a woman in London in 2004, and between 2004 and 2005 of essaying a fourth woman in London. I mean, so think this is a long time ago, and these charges are finally coming down now. And like I said, the first time I heard about all of this and these accusations, which during the Me Too movements, the accusations I remember hearing about were in the US. So, I mean, these are, just to be clear, it's not the American police. It is the UK police. I mean, we have a president who's hires people, who've been credibly accused by things like this. So, yeah, I just want to, again, if you're just joining, we're just discussing the Russell Brand situation and the fallout and just tying that back to like accountability on the left. Completed your goal. A new goal has now been unlocked. What goal? Okay, I need to update some goals. Sorry, TikTok Studio my screen disappeared and it told me to do a bunch of things. And if you're also joining, I guess we got a TikTok extension so we can stop wondering if TikTok's going to be gone. There's apparently a 75-day extension. That article just popped up in my inbox, so I'm going to read that in a second. But I just wanted to his video. I mean, I have not seen Russell Brand's video. I've seen people with snippets of that video, but like just for today, I'm not saying I'm never going to play it and do more research. I'm just not interested. You know what I mean? Like this just came out this morning. Yeah, I'm just not interested. Am I surprised? No, that's what he did back during the Me Too movement. Anybody who was like, oh yeah, everyone knows about Russell Brand in the comedy community, he's like shaming, screaming at, saying people are liars. So am I surprised in any way that Russell Brand is now in this situation? Absolutely not. I think this has been coming down the pipeline for a while. Keep tapping the screen, sharing the live. Why did I put 45,000? No. Oh my God. No idea. I guess that number was just in my head. I'm going to update the gift goal one more time. Again, the star on the bottom left-hand corner, you can tap and subscribe, buy subscriptions. We are at, what is the number again? Because Sue bought 2 subscriptions. So now we're at 361. The goal is to get back to 400 subscriptions. If you can subscribe or buy a monthly subscription for anyone, it would be much appreciated. And you don't have to buy them like all, in the year in full. You can buy them 1 month at a time, which I'm sure everyone knows. But okay. Now, so let's move on from this weirdo. Well, let me see. Did I get most of it? Yeah, it's pretty simple. Okay. And actually, this is I wanted to talk, one more thing. Catherine, thank you so much. Catherine said, get yourself a wine. Happy Friday. Love you. Yeah, I think it's going to be like an edible day tonight. I'm going to go on like a 10-mile walk, do some devil's lettuce and reflect and relax. I kind of did that last night. It's been colder in Phoenix. Thanks to climate crisis, Arizona is having, we know there's like tornadoes. The Southeast is flooding. Arizona is like weirdly cold. It's been snowing. If you don't know, Arizona is like the end of the Rocky Mountains, like 2 hours north of here in a place called Flagstaff is where the Rocky Mountains end. It did not snow all winter. Like, we are in a full-on drought in Arizona, and then now what it should be in April, it usually starts being like 100 degrees. It started snowing. So climate crisis is very real. And again, for any MAGA who are confused about it, climate crisis does not mean that it just gets hot, right? It's about extremes, all types of extremes of climate. It doesn't just mean people are like, it's really cold. I thought the globe was warming. I'm so tired. I'm so tired of people like, I thought the globe was warming. Why is it so cold? Why is it raining? The globe's supposed to be warming. No, part of climate crisis is that sea levels rise. I would say that's the most concerning part is sea levels rising. I mean, it definitely involves rain. But don't explain that to MAGA because they truly thought the planet, I guess, was just going to set on fire. Hi, pretty. Thank you, Sarah. It's okay. Just give me your late slip and just sit in your seat. We're starting class. No, I wanted to talk to you guys about this. Oh, one more thing. I forgot. And Andy, thank you so much for the $10 for the daily education. I figured that was you. You have a really cool last name. Andy Wonderland. I have the weirdest last name. It's crazy. I would love to tell you guys, but I don't think that's safe. I wanted to tell you guys about this yesterday because and I'm sure you probably heard about this. Like, I think the clip of this went viral, but basically Jasmine Crockett was going after Pam Bondi in a congressional hearing. But which she's amazing. We all love Jasmine Crockett. I stand in amazement of her. But what really was pissing me off, I wanted to tell you guys yesterday, but I was so tired, like I just had to take a nap, is Laura Ingraham on Fox News. I saw her response to this, and it was one of the most bigoted, I can't remember the guy's name, but he pretty much referred to Jasmine Crockett. I'll play you guys the clip in a second, but as Medea, from Tyler Perry movies. It was the most racist response I have ever heard. Oh, just you wait. But let's listen to this clip first. Keep tapping the screen. We're almost to 45,000, which should be 50. There's no explanation for why I put 45. I have zero idea why. Oh, yes, exactly, Little Red. I have the clip. There's so many insults. I can't even. It's I hate saying the word ghetto, but I'm not referencing anyone, so I'll just say it right now. But any reference they could make, to a Black woman and just being, I can't even, awful, despicable. But first, why would Jasmine piss them off so much? I don't know. Maybe it's because she's a genius and she's intelligent. And no, not Jesse Waters. It's Laura Ingraham and a guy on Laura Ingram's show, which I'll show you the clip in 1 second. But again, so this is the clip that elicited that response. She was in a congressional hearing, being a genius as usual, being an amazing litigator, and just talking about Pam Bondi, which there's been hearings all week. And hopefully we'll get to it because I didn't get to it 2 days ago, but basically, I can't remember the guy's name because he's not even a well-known person in the House, but he filed articles of impeachment against Judge Boasberg. It's all fake. It's just to fundraise off of. And that's why they had this hearing and everyone was screaming about it. Oh yeah, they're intimidated by her. I'd be intimidated by Jasmine Crockett too. Man, I have a lot of clips of strong Black women shaming the Republicans today. Wait till you see the speech. Letitia James is a force to be reckoned with. I'm so proud to be, whatever percentage of me is Black. I have it in my DNA report, but you know what I mean? It's somewhere over 30. Okay, so here we go. Hopefully it's not muted. There we go.
To have the sitting Attorney General go on, and I'm gonna call it faux news. I know some of y'all love it, but it's fake to me. To have her go on Fox News and to then decide that she wanted to send a threat to me, it was wrong. Because here it is, she is the highest.
Just let me give you the more backstory about this. And we talked about this and I showed the clips. Remember, Jasmine Crockett was in a Zoom meeting for the nonprofit. I don't even know if they're a full nonprofit, but just the group of people who are protesting Tesla dealerships. They're standing outside with signs. It literally said in the chyron of the Zoom meeting, nonviolent Tesla protests, right? And she's in that Zoom meeting, talking, and someone basically is Jasmine Crockett's like threatening violence against Elon Musk and all this stuff, and it blew up. And then that next Sunday after that, Pam Bondi, who is, for being the head of the Department of Justice, she certainly is never doing anything. I've never seen someone do more interviews in my life. Do your job. She shows up on Fox on Sunday and basically threatens Jasmine and just says like implies she's gonna like indict her or prosecute her or something. So that is what she is talking about.
To have the sitting attorney general go on, and I'm gonna call it faux news. I know some of y'all love it, but it's fake to me. To have her go on Fox News and to then decide that she wanted to send a threat to me, it was wrong. Because here it is, she is the highest law enforcement agent in this country, and people are watching and they are consuming this information, and they are believing that simply because I decided that I wanted to exercise my right to free speech, which I am not abridged from doing, that she then wanted to then politicize something that should not be politicized. I don't like Elon Musk. I'm going to say it 50,000 times. I don't like him. I don't like that he going out there and he firing people. I think that he's a crook because somehow the rest of us can't sit around and get whatever federal contracts we want. The rest of us can't sit around and get law enforcement and get them somehow ordained as federal law enforcement to protect him. The rest of us can't get our dealerships protected by the federal government. That is somebody that is operating above the law. For whatever reason, just because he has a lot of money, more money than everybody else. And yes, I am happy to see that on my birthday, which is what I said, there were peaceful protests around this world against him because he is a problem. And so you never should have somebody that is sitting that high and is going to sit up here and threaten a sitting member of Congress when she knew good and well, if she watched the entire thing, that I specifically told protesters to make sure you consult with lawyers, just like I've told protesters over and over and over in the history of me advising people to go out and exercise their constitutional right. The fact that there are other sitting members that have received letters of threat from this new DOJ tells me that they are about retribution and they are not about following the law.
I feel like I could just play this clip over and over and over again. I should have showed it to you guys yesterday, but I figured, it needed to be in a place of prominence. So that's the story. This is what she said. And very obviously they are intimidated by Jasmine Crockett, right? I mean, this is the resistance, and I think it's born of, like I said, I grew up in like trauma and oppression inside my household, tons of abuse, and like I think that's why people are always like, oh, Black women are always saving us. I mean, when you are on the edge, when you're up next to be disappeared and ended, I mean, you become fearless. Like, this is the fight for their lives, right? African Americans in this country, I hate saying African American, but you know what I'm saying. Black people in this country have been fighting for their lives for hundreds of years. This is not a new fight for them. They're not surprised, I say they're like, yes, my father's Black, but I sit in a lot of privilege and I more consider myself multiracial because of that. But, this is not new. They are used to being betrayed by the federal government. Like, they are tried and true protesters, tried and true resistors, like Jasmine is a problem, like Malcolm X was a problem, like Martin Luther King Jr. was a problem. She is highly educated. She is loud, and there is she is galvanizing a resistance around her. And that is a problem for Donald Trump, for Pam Bondi, for everyone. And that's why people like Martin Luther and Malcolm X, etc., are no longer, time has marched on, but you know what I'm saying, had their lives ended early. And who's the other one? I feel like I should be giving credit for someone. God, who is the man that was unalived because of the civil rights movement, and Joy Reid wrote a book about him? Oh my God, I feel like I really am doing... Do you guys know who I'm talking about? Because I feel like I can't go on until I say this guy's name. It's the guy who basically, yes, Medgar Evers. Thank you, Medgar Evers. I feel like if I don't mention Medgar Evers, yes, thank you guys. And if you don't know about Medgar Evers, Joy Reid, who was fired from MSNBC for being too black and too smart, in my opinion, wrote an amazing book about Medgar Evers and worked with his widow, is still alive to this day. And they did, like, Rachel Maddow and Joy Reid and his widow. I watched them do this amazing show at, like, in Harlem. What's the famous place in Harlem where anyways, they did it like a show to introduce this book. It was one of the most moving things. If you know about Malcolm X and you know about Martin Luther King Jr., but you do not know about Medgar Evers, yeah, there's movies about him. I would highly suggest to look up the Apollo Theater. Thank you, Vax. Yeah, my brain's a little shot today, so I'm going to need a lot of people to remind me of a lot of names. Yeah. You need to understand the story of Medgar Evers and who this guy was. This is someone who fought in the war for us, came back, and basically, when finally black people are allowed to vote, decided he was going to get in line over and over to vote, even though, like, segregation, Jim Crow was going on. If you tried to stand in line to vote, or you were educated and were organizing people, would essentially be beaten just for standing in line, just for attempting it. They were trying to beat the spirit out of people. And a lot of, like, black business owners and people that had equity built up in communities wanted to remain silent, because if you spoke out, if you protested, if you made a problem, they were going to strip you, not unlike what happened to Black Wall Street in Tulsa when they burned it all down. If you spoke out and you had equity or anything to lose, they were going to take it from you. I mean, up to and including your life. So a lot of the men that came back from war who kind of, like, didn't have a lot to lose, and don't get me wrong, he had a family and he had a wife, but he just was like, hey, I'm doing this. Like, I've got nothing to lose. And Medgar Evers is truly one of the most amazing people. I think his wife's name is Marley Evers. But I mean, and when you hear the stories and hear her speak, you could hear her speak. Like, there's videos of her telling the stories. But sometime we should do a whole thing. Merle, yeah, and do a whole thing on Medgar Evers, because I mean, truly, it's amazing to me when I started to learn about him, and then when Joy Reid and Rachel Maddow kind of did this, like, resurgence and started talking about it again. You never hear people mention this man, and he is one of the most pivotal figures in the civil rights movement. And maybe we should be doing that, since I guess we're no longer we do a terrible job now of teaching history, and apparently we are not going to be teaching any African American history anymore. But that is why they are going after Jasmine Crockett, because that is the power she has. And this is not a black man. This is a black woman who, when she speaks, everybody in the room listens. I talk about it. I met her. I had the absolute pleasure of being in her presence and meeting her. I don't know, like 5'3", 5'4". When this woman walks into a room and speaks, like, I just can't express to you the presence that she commands. She is, I mean, you just can't, you can feel it. Like, you can feel her presence in a room, and, like, the power coming off of her, like, and the confidence. Like, this is a person who knows who they are and wants to affect change. So, like, I see her as one of the people, like, don't get me wrong. And I love what Cory Booker did. Look, I'm kind of tearing up because she just gives it. But, like, this woman is the new civil rights leader in this country. And she is going to lead us to the promised land. And I cannot wait. I know nothing scarier to faux news, nothing scarier to Donald Trump than a strong, educated black woman. And actually, to that point, after we do this clip, I'm going to show you what my other new favorite, Letitia James, was speaking today. I mean, if you don't know, she's the attorney general in New York. She is 3-0 against Trump in court. This woman has gone after Trump repeatedly, shamed him every single time. And she's like speaking. I don't know if it was a super PAC or a nonprofit. And she was like speaking specifically about Donald Trump, and C-SPAN posted. I mean, when I say power, like, you just have no idea. Like, I love that, like, the new civil rights movement is being led by Black women. Like, I'm here for it. But, okay, why is this here? That's the wrong order. Okay, apparently I put this in here twice. But anyways, so this is, it's Arroyo. Is it Chris Arroyo? Whatever his name is. This is the guy that listen to Laura Ingraham, look up who Laura Ingram's daddy was. It's not a coincidence or confusing in any way why she's talking about this. You know what I mean? Just like if you look up who Space Karen, Elon's daddy and grandfather were, similar history here with Laura Ingraham. Like, these people do not like powerful Black women whatsoever. So you heard the clip of what Jasmine said. Now let's listen to Laura Ingraham and Arroyo's response to it.
Makes you kind of wish he could fire members of Congress, doesn't it, Laura? I mean, look, she has become the Medea of Capitol Hill with half the charm. She doesn't make an argument saying you
to pause it. Did you hear that? She has become the Medea of Capitol Hill without the charm. Just for that, I hope this man, I mean, we should all be protesting outside this man's house. Disgusting. These people are disgusting. And this is just rhetoric on Fox News. This is some racist coward.
Makes you kind of wish he could fire members of Congress, doesn't it, Laura? I mean, look, she has become the Medea of Capitol Hill with half the charm. She doesn't make an argument. Saying you don't like a guy because he's firing people, that's a complaint. It's not an argument. And you're a member of Congress, not a desperate housewife. Clean up the act and stop threatening people. That's the shorthand here.
Well, and again, I go back to interview with her a number of years ago, where she sounds very different, and now she's going very, street. I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do that. It all seems like just a TikTok challenge or something. It's just very odd. But makes you kind of.
I mean, are we getting it now? Do you see who these people are? Do you see? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. Who are you imitating? What are you doing there? Embarrassing. And she was. Let me help. Sorry, it's really windy in Phoenix, and TikTok Studio tells me if like my internet connection is a little bit unstable. So I just wanted to make sure everyone can hear me. That's why I stopped for a second, because TikTok Studio was telling me like no one was going to be able to hear me for a second. But yeah, they're talking about who's making a point or not. Like, no, you guys are ridiculous. You don't have a point. No, I know. And sorry, it's really windy. We're having some aberrant weather in Phoenix. It's really windy outside and stuff. So, yeah. But my internet connection is fine now. I can, and if it ever is not, I will pause and stop and wait, especially if I'm talking about something important. Yo, keep tapping the screen. Let's get to 75K as fast as possible. Could everyone share the live with 10 people? Let's get some more people in here. Hello, Twitch. Hello, YouTube. Thank you for joining. Oh, Mike Goland. Okay, I need one more drink of water. I ran like 10 miles yesterday before I went to sleep. That's why I slept so good. But my throat, it was so windy and dusty, and now my throat is all messed up. I'm just going to leave this here. I think I'm going to have to drink a gallon of water or I'm going to lose my voice. Oh, yeah. So now I'm going to go a little out of order. I'm going to find that Letitia James. As long as we're talking about strong Black women, like fighting, leading the resistance, let me show you what Letitia James was up to today. Man, she's my spirit animal. Like, probably the one thing I regret I didn't do is go to law school, but like I didn't have the money and I didn't want to go into debt. Because, that's not a good thing for me. I'm not like my brother. I'm not super organized. So me with the law school debt, that could go either way. My brother is a very good lawyer. Anyways. So this morning. Does it say where she's at? You can see it's an act. So it's a National Action Network, NAN. So I assume she's speaking at a PAC, and like all of these powerful like Black men are there, like Al Sharpton, etc. And she's just like, they don't even want to speak after her. They're like, oh my God, like we can't top that. Like, what is happening? Letitia James gives me chills. This was today.
Again, I apologize. Listen, 57 years after the assassination of Dr. King, and Dr. King talked about that stone of hope. And it's that stone of hope that gives me a fire in my belly each and every morning. It's that stone of hope that allows me to wake up and to stand to Donald Trump and to say, Donald Trump, I'm not afraid of you. It's that stone of hope. It's that stone of hope that gives me power. That's that stone of hope and the belief in each and every one of you to let you know that I'm not going to allow my ancestors, all of those who died for me, to be in this position. I am not going to disgrace them and disappoint them. I am going to use the law both as a sword and as a shield and challenge Donald Trump. And each and every time he issues an illegal executive order, I am going to stand up to him because he represents to me sincere ignorance and conscientious stupidity. Sincere ignorance and conscientious stupidity. And so DEI, as far as I am concerned, is more than about just Black people. Let's be honest.
That's right.
DEI is about paid parental leave. DEI is about disabled children. DEI includes a number of categories. So when they talk about DEI, let them know that they're not only coming after us, but they're coming after all of us. And we've got to stand together, stand in community, stand with this great organization under the leadership of our civil rights leader, Reverend Al Sharpton, who has been a bright and shining light in the darkness. But I don't know about you. It's that stone of hope that inspires me each and every day. And listen, faith and fear can never share the same space. And so I'm covered by the blood. And I'm not afraid of Donald Trump. You can come after me, but no enemy, nothing formed against me will perish. Nothing formed against me. Nothing formed against me. Nothing formed against me.
All right. Again, I'll stay close. And you thought you could preach, huh?
You guys because I'm obsessed with the courts because it's the last place the truth still matters. This woman has destroyed Donald Trump in court over and over and over and over. And that is why, right? That is why, Donald Trump is now attacking the state of New York because this is the attorney general he is up against there. And his record is all losses. It's not going great for him in New York. And like, if you've ever wondered why, and I talk about this, like I'm currently deconstructing from religion but it's like also I see this, dichotomy because, it was Black people in the South well, Black people all over the world, their faith in religion that got them through the transatlantic slave trade, through oppression. You wonder why the Black Baptist Church are so alive and well. This is the place where they preserved their history. This is where they, sung slave spirituals. That was where they taught their real history, to their children. It was the one thing they were allowed to retain when everything else was taken from them, was their faith. So if you're wondering why, you hear her powerfully quoting the Bible, I mean, so much of the civil rights movement and of the survival of hope and of history of education was retained in the church. A lot of the church had to do with the Underground Railroad. So Katie in the chat said her dad's friends with Letitia. Well, that's amazing. I think that is absolutely amazing. I would love to meet I met RAG Chris Bays in Arizona and I acted like a wacko. If I saw Letitia, I don't care. If I met LeBron James, I'd be like, hey, I'm not a star effer in any way, but when it comes to people who Jasmine Crockett or people who are affecting change in the world, if I saw Letitia James, I might tackle her and start crying. Let me be your friend. I just think she's absolutely amazing. And as long as we're on the topic of strong Black women, I guess I love a theme. Let me show you the other things I want to show you. I want to show you Kamala Harris, because she was speaking last night. And I love to see, that's incorrect. I was about to say something incorrect. I don't love to see it. Okay. I don't love to see Kamala Harris right. I knew she was right the whole time. And it's a shame to me. And that this is why we all need to keep doing the work. Deconstruction is work, right? And that's why I'm saying and we have to make the distinction when we speak to people. I am not calling the average American a racist, right? It is subconscious, right? It is baked into us to say in our heads, women can't lead. Or I talk about the gender credibility gap. That's not me going to you, Sarah, or you, Billy, a person, and saying, hey, I think you're a misogynist and a racist. What I'm saying is scientifically, there is unconscious bias baked into us that we have to consciously work to dismantle and deconstruct, that says, when a man speaks, I am going to listen more intently. I will afford him more credit off the bat by nature of him being a man, right? It is science. That is why we know, misogynoir in medicine. I don't think doctors are like, oh, my patient's a Black woman. Here I am I'm going to head into this room and discriminate against her. It is unconscious bias that makes doctors dismiss Black women's statements. When they say they're in pain, when they say they're bleeding too much, that leads to them disproportionately unaliving in childbirth or in other ways in hospitals. And that's what you need to make people understand. I am not accusing you of something. I am saying it is in all of us. It is unconscious, and we have to actively work to dismantle it every day. Oh yeah. I mean, I can't even tell you, I can see men stop listening when I start speaking. And that's by nature of being a woman. I have to be 250% right. Whereas a man just showing up and talking, he's afforded more credibility than me. You wonder why I learned to be well-researched and right? Sit in conference rooms in corporate America. This comes from a place. I know how right I have to be. I know how correct I have to be. I know I need one or two clips of a man saying the same thing I'm about to say to back myself up, because people won't believe me. I have experienced it my entire life. I'm aware of what it is. And that's what we need to say. It's not about, hey, you're just a bigot. It's in all of us. It's unconscious. Thank you for the hat. It's deep inside us, and we have to actively work. And when I stop working at it, I remember I would mirror behavior to try to make my father love me because he's my only parent with empathy, still not a great person, but has a lot of empathy. And that would be the only place I could get empathy from. And he's a Black Hispanic man who has ideas, that women can't lead and stuff. And I would mirror that behavior almost. I would say things like that when I was a little child. I have memories of saying it to try to get more love. You wonder where this stuff comes from. It is literally inside us. It is baked into our culture, and it is no one's fault, but it is our job individually to actively recognize it, right? Women have misogyny baked inside of us. We have to recognize that that's the reality. Black people have racism baked inside of them. It is baked inside of all of us, and we have to dismantle it. So anyways, Kamala was also speaking yesterday. And the reason I went on that little rant is to say that is why she wasn't elected. I mean, other things like voter suppression and things. But I mean, when I tell you that if you go back and watch, and actually now I think about it, these are all out of order, but I'll show you an example of it. I have never seen, as someone who was in speech and debate in high school, I have never seen someone dismantle someone in a debate like what Kamala Harris did to Donald Trump. That was probably, I've never seen someone win a debate and Hillary Clinton wiped the floor with Donald Trump. But what Kamala did was even more decisive. That was a rout. She did a little tap dance on his face. And people, even after that, did not give her credit. And it's not because she wasn't right. It's not because it wasn't, thank you so much, Sylvia. It wasn't because it wasn't an amazing performance. It was because unconscious bias. And so try to have those conversations, try not to be accusatory and explain to people, hey, it's in all of us. It's in us to dismantle. It's unconscious. It's in me too. I have to actively work at dismantling it. It's an action. It's not just I recognize it once and it's over, right? It's an action that we have to repeatedly work. When I'm not actively working on it, when I don't keep it at the forefront of my mind, I can fall back into some misogyny, right? I mean, truly. Why do you think men and even women, I'm guilty of this. Why do you think people call people pussies? It is misogyny. The worst thing in the world you could be is a woman, is have a vagina, right? Why do you think people say the B word? Misogyny, right? The worst thing you could call somebody is a female. I mean, period. And you don't think about it, but words have power. So that's why I'm saying, if you say it once, I'm not saying you're a bad person. I'm saying that's what I mean by an action. You've got to constantly keep it in the front of your mind. I'm still working. Every day I'm trying to work. I started calling people dumb dicks instead of the B word like that. I'm trying to actively say, take back that word. It is not an insult to be a woman, but it is to be a man at this point. And that's reality. It is. Who are mediocre men failing up? That's what I see all over America. Who's the most educated cross section in America? Black women. Fact. So it's not wrong. It's not bad to be a Black woman. I mean, and I'm talking about statistically. Right? I mean, that's why. So I'm just trying to get people to think. It's Friday. Probably going to do a little bit more teaching, but I've been doing a lot of thinking lately. And that's why we're in this situation with Kamala. It's unconscious bias. We're not accusing people of anything. It's just saying, hey, think about it. Think about where this stuff comes from, because it was baked into all of us. Yeah, if I had $1, Christine said, if I had $1 for every time I heard, what if she's on her period? Yeah, our periods attract bears. It's absolutely absurd. People, and I like this, and just to expand on that, just to give some people some more things to think about it, because it's good to just think. You don't have to be right or wrong, but consider things, right? And yeah, that's what they say. Women are emotional. Women are not emotional. You know what the most common emotion is? Anger. Men are emotional. It's men. And anger is the most base emotion. That's why when infants are born, what are they doing? Screaming. They can't communicate. They don't have the ability to say, hey, this anger is coming from somewhere. What's underneath it, right? They can't critically think. They're just like, hey, I'm hungry. I need something. I'm screaming. I'm angry, right? And I mean, that they're screaming to be heard. That's what men are doing. Men are quite literally infants, screaming in anger for help and to be heard. They are emotional, right? Intelligence, EQ, emotional intelligence is being able to say, I feel angry, but there's something underneath that. There's a more specific emotion underneath that, like sadness, like pain, hurt, anxiety, fear, whatever it may be. Look up emotion wheel and you can start familiarizing yourself with what's underneath your anger. But no, women aren't emotional. And you know how you fix that? You know how you become more healthy? You regulate your emotions. You know how you could do that? Having a good cry. That's how you come out of unhealthy emotion like anger. You regulate your emotions or do something, go for a run, whatever. If you want to talk about who's emotionally unhealthy in this country, it's not women. And I'll say this, that's the nature of the patriarchy. Bell Hooks, who's a Black feminist who I highly recommend everyone read. She's amazing. She talks about this. The first victim of the patriarchy, it's not women, it's men, right? You, as a young male child, were victimized. You are indoctrinated. It's a gang. You were essentially inducted into the gang by being damaged. You had to learn a lesson when you were a young male child that said, it's not okay to feel your emotions. It's not okay to be quote unquote weak, right? And I mean, that's the truth. You were your first victim of the patriarchy. And in the patriarchy, be tough, be a man. Don't say what you're really thinking. Right. And so you need to, and shit rolls downhill in the patriarchy. Men were the first victims of the patriarchy, and then they punched down from there. I was made to feel insecure. I was made to feel weak. Someone punched down on me. Now I'm looking for someone else to punch down on. That could be another man. That could be a minority. That could be a woman. Right? I mean, that's what's going on in the patriarchy. And once you recognize that and say, oh, the patriarchy is hurting me. It's not allowing me to be who I am. It's not allowing me to express my full range of emotions and be emotionally healthy. Keeping your emotions inside, and I'm talking about science. There are scientific studies about how men are unaliving early, how their life expectancy is lower. And there are studies that is because you are not able to express your full range of emotions. You are holding so much inside that it is physically killing you. So and this all goes back into why, when it mattered most, could we not show up for Kamala? And there's nuance that there's a bunch of reasons she didn't have a full election, blah, 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 but unconscious bias. So anyways, I don't like to see her showing up and being like, hey, I told you so, but she did tell us all so. So again, she was speaking last night. She was at it's called Leading Women Defend Summit. Oh, sorry, it's muted. Keep tapping the screen, share the live. Thank you guys so much.
What has changed since 2016 is that we are in the midst of seeing progress being rolled back, policies that we birthed being rolled back, the terms that we use for what is progress in America being turned into a pejorative, intended to deny the facts and to deny smart policy, by the way, effective policy, by the way, that has been proven to yield a great return on that investment. What has
absolutely what she said in that debate, which we'll get to in a second. But here's the second clip I want to show you.
There is a sense of fear that has been taking hold in our country. And I understand it. But we're saying people stay quiet. We are seeing organizations stay quiet. We are seeing those who are capitulating to clearly unconstitutional threats. And these are the things that we are witnessing each day in these last few months in our country. And it understandably creates a great sense of fear. Because, there were many things that we knew would happen. Many things. I'm not here, so I told you so.
To listen to it it's your right to say it. You did very clearly. And someone in the comments said she's such a great communicator. She is. She very effectively communicated. Again, all these clips are out of order, but now that I'm on this amazing line of logic, let me show you one more, because she did very effectively communicate that to all of us. And did anybody listen? No, we said, and I can't tell you how many times when I still debated on TikTok, I would hear people say, I don't know. I don't like her. You'd say, why? I don't know. I just don't, and I think that's the truest thing that I ever heard people say. I don't trust her. She's not smart. She doesn't know what she's talking about. That's not you don't know why you feel that way, because it's unconscious bias. That's the literal reality. That's the most honest thing you could say. I'm not sure why I feel that way. Because it's unconscious bias. You're not some, buddy in the triple K, like with a sheet on at night. Of course not. You're not meaning to be that way. None of us do. It's been baked into all of us, and we have to consciously acknowledge that and work to dismantle it. It's that simple. And just by being able to confidently say that out loud, like, that's the first step. It's not like you got to enroll in like a class or something. I mean, you could, but I got some of the most I ever learned about unconscious bias right here on BIPOC TikTok. Black, Indigenous, people of color, right? I highly suggest, if you don't ever go on BIPOC TikTok, go. If you're white, don't speak. Don't try to take up space. Just listen. Get a free education. You would be amazed what you will learn. It will open your world. It will open your mind up. Who doesn't? I love to learn. I get so excited about learning. One of the best and completely free educations I ever got in my life was on BIPOC TikTok. And damn, and yes, I am. But being multiracial, I also don't speak a lot, because it's not my place to speak there. It's my place to listen, even though I am a minority, right? It's not my place to speak. I'm there to learn, to put myself in other people's shoes and listen to their experiences, and to think, who am I and how can I listen, receive this, and then change, right? Like, and I like to say this, when I love to listen to people talk, and then you can, if you take one thing from every intelligent person you listen, you'll end up being a pretty smart person, right? You don't have to do big changes, but just, I like to listen to people talk and think, hey, really like what they said there. Like, I'm going to try to incorporate that or remember that. Okay, so this is a clip that's really circulating on X. And this is what I'm saying. She should say, I told you so, because she very clearly told us so. Very clearly, over and over and over, and effectively communicated. And the problem is, when women talk, people in this country don't listen. And I say people because I'm not just talking about men. Unconscious bias is in all of us that we need to dismantle. When Black people speak, people in this country don't listen. Now, when a Black woman speaks, you can imagine right? And that's something important. One of the most intelligent people I've ever heard speak, her name's Kimberly Crenshaw. She is a lawyer and she is a law professor at UCLA. She is the originator of the concept of intersectionality. If you do not know what intersectionality is, right? It's like, for instance, let me just talk about the feminist movement. It's like when women were trying to gain rights, women were kind of like, white women were like, okay, be quiet, black women. Like, we can't get us all voting rights right now. We just got to start with white people. Like, just, it can't be all of us. If you don't know that, like, just because women were allowed to vote through the suffrage movement, indigenous women weren't, Mexican women weren't, black women weren't. Like, we couldn't vote for decades and decades and decades more, right? That's why the civil rights movement and several other movements had to happen to get the rest of women the right to vote. We still don't even have rights. The Equal Rights Amendment that would acknowledge women as people in the Constitution still has not been ratified. That's another conversation. But what intersectionality acknowledges is there are different levels of suffering. Let's say the nucleus, the center of power in Western civilization in America is straight, white, Protestant males, right? Every degree you are from that center of power, you are 1 degree removed from it. So you could be a white gay male. Okay. Sorry, gay. Nope. You could be a, Hispanic male. You're still a male. Credit to you for not being a woman, but hey, still 1 degree removed, right? So who are the most disaffected people in society? Let's say, I don't know, just off the top of my head, I don't know, a black, gay, disabled woman. Do you see where I'm going with this? There are layers, there's intersectionality, there are degrees to discrimination. And that's what I'm trying to get you to see, and we need to think about. Okay. So, and same with education, and if you've never been college educated, I mean, that's a degree away as well. So in any case, this is now a clip of Kamala Harris when she was debating Trump. And by debate, I mean wiping the floor with him. And people are like, I don't know. She doesn't know what she's talking about. She wiped the floor with this man and got no credit for it.
What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
It's eerie to hear now. She said I saw this woman speak 5 times live. She said it over and over and over. And now what is JP Morgan's perspective? Q2, Q3 recession. Exactly what this woman said over and over and over. But because she's a black woman, because she's Asian, nobody could hear her. And again, Letitia James, Attorney General. Kamala Harris, Attorney General. These are the Attorney General of New York, the former Attorney General of California are telling you who Donald Trump is over and over and over. Slick Rick, thank you so much for the $20. Hi, Felice. It's great having you, the Rachel Maddow of TikTok. That is the nicest thing ever on TikTok. We all miss you when you're gone. I miss you when I'm gone too. Thanks for giving us you. Don't make me cry, Rick. That is so nice. Thank you so much. And think of this is to my point. There's 330 people in here. I mean, it's Friday and usually there's more people in here, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't matter how well researched I am, how intelligent I am. By nature of me just not being a man, by nature of me being pansexual, by nature of me being indigenous Mexican, by nature of me being black, People will listen to me less. And that's why I keep saying, and when Fax and I do lives together, or when I did a live with USMC Angry, that when Matt on Tuesday, that's what I was saying. Hey, we want to dismantle and deconstruct, but also white men, recognize your privilege. Recognize you can walk into a protest and raise hell and scream, and people are going to listen and respect you for that. We had a doctor, a white woman, not even get out of her seat, who was yelling questions at an Idaho protest and was zip tied and dragged out by her hair. Meanwhile, in Asheville, North Carolina, there's a Gulf War veteran who's pushing people, screaming, shoving people, yelling, and people are like, I literally heard a police officer like thank him for pushing him. Like, so, and yes, it's not fair, but recognize the privilege and then use it. You have this awesome privilege in society. So recognize, like, I'm going to get away with a lot more, right? While I'm protesting, I'm allowed to say more. I'm afforded more credibility. And as a result, I'm going to use that. Yeah, exactly. She said, "Is this a lecture or a town hall?" I mean, she said, and Teresa Bornpool is a literal doctor, and they're like, "Shut up, lady!" And men in the audience were cheering as she was zip tied. Nobody helped her. Like, that's the reality. So I'm not trying to rehash that or be like sad, because all those men are in a lot of trouble. Turns out that sheriff in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, is actually a resident of LA County, who's collecting disability. You want to talk about waste, abuse, and fraud? It's so funny. It's so funny how the ones saying there's waste, abuse, and fraud, it's actually them committing the waste, abuse, and fraud while pointing at other people, accusing them of it. He's a LA County resident who is collecting disability and is living in another state, collecting a paycheck. He's allegedly too disabled to perform the job. And the people that attacked and zip tied that woman were not police officers. They were private security that weren't even supposed to be there and did not identify themselves. Yeah, they're all in a lot of trouble. And she raised like $400,000 and has retained a very good lawyer. So good luck, Sheriff Norris, or what I think that's his name. It's gonna be a rough go for you. It's going to be a real rough go. I left so many voicemails on that private security voicemail. I used my research skills for good that day. But anyways, so you get my point. I think I love that this movement, the new civil rights movement, is being led by Black women. It helps me sleep at night. How did I lose 7 subscriptions just since we've been sitting here? I'm trying to get to 400 subscriptions. If you would like to subscribe, please do. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get to 150K as fast as possible. This is my Cash App and Venmo. I do all of this research based on your donations, which is the most awesome, tips and donations, which is awesome, because it's the best job I've ever had. So thanks for giving me an opportunity to do this, because it's way better than working in advertising and manipulating people. Okay. Now, I promised you we are in for an even better treat now. Get ready. Oh, God. Sorry. I have to find the video. I talked to you guys yesterday about Dr. Richard Wolff, and I asked who knows who Dr. Richard Wolff was. And I think only Tootle was like, I do.
Is more sophisticated.
Robert Reich might be our de facto cult leader, but this is probably the smartest man in the country. It is not. And I talked about this. I would say I am a progressive, or I'm probably left of progressives in reality. I don't think my personal views matter, but here's the reality. In every developed country around the world, you could be a fascist. You could be a literal fascist. Thank you, Joby Wan, for extending your subscription. Love you, Joby. You're the best. Thank you for all the support. I recognize it and appreciate it. Thanks, Juju, for subscribing. You're awesome too. Yeah, thank you as always. Exactly. Thank you again, Joby. I talked about Dr. Richard Wolff, this is the man. I don't consider myself a radical. Oh, now I remember what I was saying. What I was saying was it's not radical, right? Healthcare is not radical. Labor rights, right? Being treated as a human being, wanting to have equity and a stake in the company you're working at. These are not radical ideas. Human rights, equality and equity are not radical. If I was a literal fascist in Germany, like trying to revive what happened in the 1930s, I still have universal health care. Surprise, right? That's what I'm trying to get at. People are like, oh, these progressives are talking about these radical left ideas. No, in another country, you can literally be leading the fascist resistance. You could be Mussolini reincarnated in Italy and still have universal health care. These are not radical ideas. Being able to go to the doctor is not radical. And that's what they want. They want us all tied. Who bought all these subscriptions? Who bought these subscriptions? All the ones that just popped up. Thank you, Joby. God, Joby, you're the greatest. Joby bought 10 giveaway subs. If you're wondering why suddenly you have a sub, that was Joby. Thank you so much. You're amazing, Joby. I'm getting better at identifying who did that. Anyways, okay. So again, Dr. Richard Wolff, when they finally get to, because I think, what are we at now? We're now disappearing legal permanent residents from the United States and revoking student visas, which we'll get to, by the way, but the Gestapo reached Arizona yesterday. They revoked 8 student visas at ASU, and I believe 4 at U of A. And barely anyone's talking about this, but students on ASU's campus are freaking out, and they don't even know. Oh yeah. And nobody's talking about this. Nobody in the mainstream media knows. So, and I'll get to this later, but what I've realized is happening is they are just notifying universities and being like, we've taken all these student visas away. And like, they can choose or not choose to publicly admit it. Like ASU is at least admitting it. Like U of A, which is like the richer and more like, it's not, I mean, I don't know, a different type of institution than ASU. And they're honestly almost trying to hide it. They won't talk about it at all. How does one get gifted a subscription? It's just somebody else buys subscriptions. Like, because see, this is the subscription goal. It says 360 to 400. We're trying to get to 400. Anyone can buy them, even if you already have a subscription. Like Joby Wan just bought 10 giveaway subs, and like he already has a subscription, but then you just assign them to people. Like, so, do you know what I'm saying? So you can just buy a month subscription for other people, and then it just like, yeah, and then you just get assigned it. Yeah, you got one. Exactly, Miss Patty. And that's how you got it. It was from Joby Wan. So that's why people are like, oh, thank you. So that, yeah, you can randomize it as well. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You can assign them or it can be random. So if you're like, how did this come here? It's because someone bought them. Oh, I need Jolly Rancher suckers. They're not Jolly Rancher suckers. Wait, watch this.
You know that paper is more sophisticated now than computers.
Good point, though. I think I will have one now. You know me. I always have them. Could someone buy me one? TikTok cheated me on my coin purchase twice. That's funny. Thank you, Amanda, for subscribing. Did someone buy more? I want to make sure I don't miss. Blissful. Tell me if someone just subscribed and I missed it, because I feel like something just happened. Amanda, thank you, Amanda, for subscribing. Okay, if I miss anything, don't be shy to tell me in the chat. Robin, thank you for resubscribing. I've showed you sometimes I'm not on my phone like in the TikTok live like you guys are. I'm in TikTok software on a PC, so it's like it looks very different and it's really hard to like keep up with. Oh, You're amazing, Amanda. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys all for subscribing. But anyways, so like I was saying, they're just, what I think is happening is they're just sending lists of visas that they're saying Marco Rubio just decided either that this person is endangering foreign policy in the United States or is like, I don't know, committing a crime. And then they just send them like, these people can't go to school here anymore. And like, so it's not like they have found these people yet. And they're saying these students at ASU are going to try to file an appeal. But yeah, it's happening very shady and very scary. I like the red ones, but I also love the green ones. Sorry, I did it again. Someone asked me what my favorite blow pop flavor is. And I'm just saying, I like the red ones because like it's probably a lot more socially acceptable to have a red mouth that like your mouth is just green. But I also like the green apple. That girl from Turkey. Yeah, we're going to get to the girl from Turkey. We'll talk about all this stuff. Just Rumeysa Öztürk. That's the girl that was grabbed from Tufts University. And she's, that I know of so far, I've never even seen someone show me a video of her protesting. Her crime was she co-authored with two other people an opinion piece in a student newspaper. But I did notice, and I think she's so innocent, and like that Tufts University finally yesterday has spoke out. They're supporting her publicly. I haven't seen any other universities like come out and publicly support and back anyone. They started to back her yesterday. So W to Tufts, because the risk of that is what? Trump takes away any federal funding from your school. You're seeing it happen to Harvard and all these other universities where he's getting angry and just like, taking millions of dollars away from you. Yeah, well, the blue flavor of Blow Pops are good. You just can't have too many sour things. Citric acid will like eat away your tongue. But anyways, so the reason I'm talking about the revoking of student visas and this immigration problem, where if you are too smart or you have or you have opinions that Trump doesn't like, then they're now throwing you out of the country, or worse, disappearing you and sending you to, God forbid, El Salvador. So this is Dr. Richard Wolff, in my opinion. Oh, my cat has broken in. I thought the door was closed. Hold on. Do you guys want to see Mr.? I have to get him out of here or he'll scream the whole time. Hold on. Mr. Mittens is the absolute best.
You know that paper is more
He's used to having all my attention.
Computers.
He used to be, when I did lives with Jay, he'd be on the show a lot more, but he requires all my attention when he's around, like to 100%. He'll like stomp on the computer. He'll knock things over. He pushes everything off the desk. Unless I focus completely on him, he's just like, what are you looking at? Look at me. I am funny. It's dark sarcasm. It comes from trauma. Okay, so anyways, when they finally we're at disappearing legal permanent residents now, I think. But when it comes down, when it starts with the professors, the learned minds who oppose Trump, Dr. Richard Wolff will be the first one. He's a professor emeritus right now, I believe, at University of Massachusetts Amherst. The amount of brains in Massachusetts is just scary. He's also a professor at the New School in New York. Follow Dr. Richard Wolff on X. He's at Professor Wolff. He's on YouTube. This man is a mother genius. Again, it's not radical to want labor rights or think, hey, even fascists in other countries can go to the doctor for free. This is ridiculous, and want healthcare. And if anybody, though, radicalized me to believe we should all have healthcare, this is the man who did it. This man is the smartest economist in the country. He's also the foremost expert in this country on Marx. Marx, when I say his name, everyone's like, ooh, Marx, like what's, no. Marx is a man who believed in, he was a philosopher from Germany who believed in labor rights, period. That's what he was. He's a philosopher that was like involved with unions and labor organizing. That's who Marx was. Surprise. So why would they demonize him like they have? Oh, rich people. If you don't know, Marxist ideology spread, it was faster than Christianity throughout the world. And it became so dangerous to capitalism, to the donor class, to billionaires, and to corporations that that's why communism is a bad word. That's why Karl Marx is a bad name. Because they were terrified that if the ideology took hold, that if people understand, oh, it makes perfect sense, like to have equity in the company you work for. Why are we all slave laborers who work tirelessly and then hand the surplus to our corporate overlords? Like, this doesn't make any sense. Then if people understood that's what Marx was talking about and he wasn't some weirdo, then what would happen? French Revolution ×2. That's who Karl Marx was. He was a guy that was like, I loved the French Revolution. I loved capitalism. I believed in all that. Like, the point of the French Revolution was freedom, equity, and equality for all. But what he was saying was, but it didn't turn out that way. Capitalism isn't free. Capitalism, there doesn't seem to be equity here. And there doesn't seem to be equality. That's all Richard Marx was ever pointing out, was like, the French Revolution was a good thing. We wanted to get rid of kings and queens, but now all these kings and queens exist in America, in the world, in Western civilization by another name, right? Which are capitalist. That's what he was saying. He's saying they didn't go anywhere. They just changed their name. They still have all the wealth in the world, and we need to think about how we order this world. I talk about this all the time. Trumpism is about saying the people in this country who matter are the people with capital who have money. Society will now be ordered by classism, right? If you have money, you have value. If you do not have money, you do not. That is what Trumpism is. It is about a failing empire and consolidating power at the top of that empire while it's declining. So the middle and lower classes, us, bear the entire burden. Okay. And so this is Dr. Richard Wolff, who if I seem excited, it's because I get so excited to introduce people to him, because he's going to change your life. And when you hear him speak, it will give you chills. This man was speaking a couple of days ago about Trumpism. That's the topic. He is the foremost expert on Marxism, explaining to you what Donald Trump is doing to us all currently. Oh, I went the wrong.
Welcome, friends, to another Wolf Responds. I want to call this one U.S. Gone Rogue with a question mark. Here's what I mean.
No, sorry, this is the wrong one. I have two we're going to listen to. Let me just not get the wrong one right off the bat.
What it all means.
Trumpism.
If you're like me, you've been amazed and thrown back a bit over the last several weeks since the inauguration by all of the noise and all the drama and all the television moments that have poured out of Washington, D.C. Tariffs, deportations, Trump is going to run for another term, laying off huge numbers of workers without any explanation beyond references to efficiency, which nobody takes seriously or ought to. And what probably rose in your mind, it certainly did in mine, was what does it all amount to? Is there something going on here that could make sense of what's happening? Is there some way to explain the big loud noises that keep coming? And I think there is, and I'd like very briefly to present it to you. Here we go. Every empire in the long history of the human race, the Greeks, the Romans, the Persians, all of them, have had a ride up, period of years, sometimes quite a few, when the empire was being built, when the empire grew, when the empire prospered. And that was inevitably followed by a peaking and then a long decline of the empire. The United States has basically operated a global empire for the last century. During that time, it was pretty nice to be on the ride up, at least for those people who enjoyed the ride. Not everybody, not by a long shot, but for many, it was. Jobs got better, incomes got better, standard of living got better. The working class had to fight hard for those things. The employer class blocked it, delayed it, stopped it every chance they got. But they couldn't prevent the mass of people from fighting successfully for at least a rising standard of living.
Just want to, so what he's talking, and that's our fight in America for labor rights, right? We used to be slave laborers here too in factories. And that's when, once we fought for labor rights, that's when manufacturing was offshored. Don't let Trump lie to you and tell you otherwise. Manufacturing was offshored because Americans demanded human rights in labor. We got them. And then capitalists, billionaire, the donor class said, hey, we need to exploit. Where can we still exploit people? Oh, China and other third world countries. We're going to move our factories to a place we can still exploit people. Not to say no one is exploited here. They very obviously are. But we reached a standard of labor where it was no longer as profitable to manufacture here.
And I want to argue with you that when the peak happens in every empire, including ours, when you stop growing and prospering, then everything changes. As our empire grew, we put military bases, 700 of them around the world. Nobody else could do that, typical of an empire. Our currency, the US dollar, became the global currency, typical of an empire. Our ways of dressing, our ways of doing politics became models copied by many others around the world, typical of an empire. But now the dollar is being challenged more every day. The military prowess of the United States is less and less. The wars in Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, now Ukraine, are not being won, they're being lost. We are a declining empire. And that, I believe, explains what Trumpism is. In every empire that has gone down, something happened which I believe is happening now, and which explains Trumpism. What happens in every declining empire is that the people at the top, the richest, the most powerful, are in the best positions to hold on to their wealth. All that they accumulated during the rise of the empire, they are in the best position to hold on to. So that even though the empire is going down, they hold on to their extraordinary wealth. And here's what that means. If the rich and the powerful don't see a decline for themselves while the empire as a whole is going down, then the burden of the decline falls on the middle and lower classes who are not in a position to protect their wealth, modest though it may be, from the decline. Now, how does that explain Trumpism? Here we go. Mr. Trump is famous for lowering the taxes on corporations and the rich. He did that in his first administration in 2017. At the end of 30 to 40 years, when wealth had been redistributed from the bottom and the middle to the people at the top, the crazy wealth of the Warren Buffetts, of the Elon Musks, that kind of thing. The richest people didn't need a tax cut. They had been doing better and better and better beyond everyone else. But Mr. Trump gave them a tax cut. It was the most important single piece of legislation he got through. That's really important. What else is Mr. Trump doing? He's firing large numbers of federal workers. There's no reason to do that. The efficiency argument is nonsense. There were more people being fired than any efficiency study had recommended. In any large corporation, if you want to become more efficient, you hire an efficiency company. They come in, they study, they take some time, they get the experts, and then they come up with suggestions. Anyone interested in efficiency knows that's how you do it. That's not how Mr. Musk and Mr. Trump are doing it. They're in a big rush. That's why Elon Musk stands there with a chainsaw. That's what they want. They want to get rid of working class people. Stop paying them so they can keep the tax cuts for the rich. And you know, when you fire tens of thousands of public employees, they have to go looking for jobs in the private sector where they will compete with the people trying to hold on to their jobs in the private sector. And that's going to lead to all kinds of difficulties. For whom? For the middle and the working classes and the poor. That's what's going on. That's what Trump amounts to. A whole program to shift the burdens of a declining empire onto the middle and the lower classes. Mr. Trump wants to take away collective bargaining rights for federal employees. That's the beginning of an assault on the labor movement so that they can't fight for higher wages and will have to accept lower wages. And then we get to the tariffs, which are going to make everything that comes in from outside. The coffee in the morning that you drink, the sugar you put in the coffee, the avocado you smear on your toast, the automobile you buy and need. They're all going up in price. The inflation's coming back. And who does that hurt? Yeah, the middle and the bottom, whose real wealth is diminished because their wages and salaries don't keep up with inflation. You know how that feels. You've been living through it for the last several years. Trumpism is the way rich people at the top want to manage the decline of the empire. Hold on to all they have and let the rest carry the burden. If they start a war with China, you know who'll fight the war? The children of the middle class, the working class, and the poor. Overwhelmingly. That's another cost of a declining empire. Here's my conclusion that I want to offer all of you. If we are going to come out of a declining empire in a decent way, we have to face up to the fact that that's what's going on. Instead, we have a bunch of leaders who are taking care of themselves, and that's all. Mumbling about a greater America that they're going to bring back. No, 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 no. That's beyond their power. Every president in the last 11 promised to bring manufacturing back and to revive the economy. None of them delivered on that pledge. Mr. Trump isn't going to either. And as for being a decent, patriotic American, let's conclude with Mr. Musk, who shows it all. The man has $400 billion. He's the richest man on earth. If you took $100 billion away from him, he'd still be the richest man on earth, but we would have $100 billion with which to do something to make life better for the American people. If he were half the patriotic American he pretends to be, he would have insisted on it rather than holding on and pushing for even lower taxes and more profits, which is really all he does. That's what Trumpism is all about. That's what makes it reasonable to see the noise and the chaos and the dramatic TV ops for what they actually amount to.
I love Dr. Richard Wolff. And people are saying most of us know that, but most of us aren't able to effectively communicate that. And if you already know this, then you know everything, then you don't need to be in this live. And you don't need to waste your time typing, you already know. But again, this man is the foremost expert on Marxism in the country, and I could show you lectures of his, you wouldn't understand a word he's saying. I mean, we could do that too. Anyways, Dr. Richard Wolff is amazing. I mean, this is truly one of the most brilliant minds in the country. And yeah, there's layers to it, but he's one of the foremost proponents of labor rights in this country. He's like one of the mentors of Robert Reich, and he's a genius. And that is the point, though, right? Trumpism is the management of the decline of the empire. Like it's late stage capitalism. It's saying, hey, I don't want to feel the decline of this empire. I'm going to take care of the wealthy, the people who have amassed wealth in this country at the expense of the middle class and the lower class. They are stealing our Social Security. They're stealing job security. They're stealing healthcare. They're stealing everything from us and consolidating power so they can ride this out. I mean, that's the reality of what is going on in this country. And I'm going to do more clips of Dr. Richard Wolff because, like, I love these practical applications. Like I said, whenever you hear the word, someone say Marxism, like what that is talking about labor rights. That's all Marx ever talked about, is that workers should own the means of their own production. They should have equity in what they're doing. We should not be slave laborers that work and hand the surplus to our overlords. And that's his passion and all he talks about. So we'll talk about that more. I know that. Well, and that's the truth. And the people that voted for Trump, these are the people that will be damaged most by this. And they're in utter disbelief. Don't get me wrong. I think there's some who are like, oh, this isn't good. But the majority of people in this country are thinking, oh, it'll all work out. Like, I've put so much into Trump now. Like, I'll just keep riding the ride and maybe it will get better. It is not going to get better. The only people, excuse me, sorry, my throat hurts and I don't know what I almost did. I think I was hiccuped. The only people who are being protected by Donald Trump are the billionaire class, the rich. The rich are consolidating power and wealth. And we should all be very, very concerned by it. I shouldn't even say concerned. We need to fight. I mean, if there was ever a time... Oh, sorry, I opened the wrong presentation. I was like, I don't recognize any of this. Now, I found, let me make sure I get this right. Oh, and let me give you a good piece of news that since we're talking about some bad news, I'm trying to decide where I'm starting from here. Well, I'm just going to keep skipping around to try to stay on a cogent line of logic. Okay. So this is the good news though. This is talking about Q1 2025. So let's just say basically, since the results of Trump and all the BS he is up to. Massive news from progressive independent media. So what we're talking about, the type of media, the only type of media we can trust anymore. In Q1 2025, left-wing YouTube grew far more quickly than right-wing YouTube. Among independent channels, top left channels grew 33% faster than right-wing channels from January through March. You can see on this chart. That is amazing. I mean, this is where people are getting their news now. Legacy media is losing market share in spades. I'll say this, for-profit media, especially publicly traded for-profit media owned by billionaires is no longer, this is the best news. It gives me like chills when I think about it. Like, this is the best news. We are 33% faster growth. That is a huge shift. Huge shift in Trump's been in office for 3 months and people are fleeing right-wing independent media in droves and left-wing independent media is growing. Yeah, Midas Touch is at the top here. Let me see if I can zoom in and it's so small, but the top is Midas Touch. Then Brett Cooper, then Fox News, Candace Owens. What the And then, because she left Daily Wire. I was like, what? That doesn't make sense. MSNBC, then Brian Tyler Cohen, then Joe Rogan. See, look how Joe Rogan used to be number one. So Joe Rogan is now 5, 6, he's 7. And then underneath Joe Rogan is now this. Then The Daily Show, Adam Mockler, who works also for Midas Touch, Occupy Democrats, Megyn Kelly, David Packman, then Valuetainment, Johnny Harris, and then there's Turning Point and Charlie Kirk. Gross. I've Had It podcast. If you don't follow them, that's good. Democracy Now! I love that. Democracy Now! I showed you a clip of Dr. Richard Wolff yesterday. He was on Democracy Now! Aaron Reichlin Melnick was on Democracy Now! Yesterday. If you don't follow Democracy Now!, follow them. Amazing. More Perfect Union is one I've been watching. Look at Bernie Sanders, 200,000 subscribers in Q1. Oh, I love that. Why did we not elect him in 2016? Shoulda, woulda, coulda. But this is the literal best news. Oh, look, there's Robert Reich. Where did I see that? Here he is. 128,000 followers for Robert Reich. There's Tizzy, Politics Girl, Glenn Kirshner. Why are people still following Bill O'Reilly? Bill O'Reilly got 107. Is Bill? Do you know? I just figured out Bill O'Reilly was still with us like 6 months ago. I was like, is Bill O'Reilly still doing this? Where is this list? You know what? Let me if you're join the Discord, and I just want to say, if the invite link isn't working in my link tree for Discord, because it just does that, just copy and paste it into your browser and I will send it. Just make sure you're in the Discord so that way, and I'll send this list to everyone right now. I'll at everyone and send it, because the only place I've seen it is just people like on X screenshotting it. I don't know this. Oh, I can tell you the source. YouTube data shows net subscriber growth for partisan political YouTube channels. Yeah, so it's just YouTube data, like Google Trends. Here, let me find it really quick before I lose my train of thought. Well, I'm going to actually, I'll find it after. Let me find it after and I'll send it out to everyone. But I think that's the best way, because or you can screenshot it right now. Here, let me lower it a little. And then you could just enlarge it because it's so small. But it's it's hard to get it all in one thing. And I've just seen people sharing it a lot of people sharing it, but I don't know, like, where I love Noam Chomsky. Lisa, don't get me started on Noam Chomsky. I could talk about Noam Chomsky. My favorite left libertarian. Noam Chomsky is amazing. Oopsies. So I'll send that out in a second, but I'm going to start on something else and then I will go back to it. Oh, yes. This is where I want to go next. Annoying. Sorry. It's not my fault. TikTok Studio closed my presentation again. Here we go. I don't want to say I told you so, but I love when I like do these shows and teach and then like I get confirmation because exactly what I'm saying someone else says. And then I'm like, okay, you know what? You just know, okay, I'm on the right track. Like I'm leading us in the right direction. You just wonder. So we all love Chris Murphy. This is a video he made yesterday. And I didn't see it till after the live about tariffs.
Trump's tariffs that he announced last night, it's not economic policy, it's not trade policy, it's a political weapon designed to collapse our democracy. Last night, when he released his tariff plan, economists were really confused because they looked at the numbers, they looked at the formula. It made absolutely no sense as economic policy, as a means to try to bring jobs back to the United States. That's because it's not trade policy, it's not economic policy. The tariffs are another tool for President Trump to try to compel pledges of loyalty, this time from companies and industries in the United States. You have to understand that everything Donald Trump is doing is in service of staying in power forever, either him or his family or his handpicked successors. He's trying to destroy our democracy. That's why he is going law firm by law firm, university by university, to try to bully them into pledging loyalty to him. The tariffs are going to be used to do the same thing to private industry. Why are the tariffs so widespread? So that every business in this country has to come to the White House and make an agreement with Trump in which he gives them tariff relief in exchange for a pledge of political loyalty. What could that pledge look like? Well, maybe they agree to champion his economic policy publicly. Maybe they agree to make contributions to his political campaign. Maybe they agree to police their employees to make sure that nobody that works for that company works for the political opposition. What he's doing to universities and law firms, he's now about to use tariffs to do to companies in this country. That is the game. That is the story. It doesn't make sense as economic policy because it isn't economic policy. It's an attempt to try to collapse the economy so that all these companies have to come to him to make pledges of political loyalty. That, frankly, makes it much more insidious, much more dangerous. But if we know what he's doing, if we understand the objective, that makes it a lot easier for the public to fight back.
Did I not say this yesterday? Did I not say just like he cut off the U.S. aid and is trying to make countries come to him and make a deal so he can leverage them? Just like he's cutting off resources so that people have to come to the Queen's mob boss and make a deal. You got into the Discord. Yes, Miss Casey. Awesome. Yes, Chris Murphy's amazing. The senator from Connecticut. He's one to watch. We've talked about this a lot. Like, that's what we've let me put it this way to you. We've challenged the Congress in general, but I would say, in my view, the Senate to do something, right? We've said, it's not enough, Senate Democrats. What are you doing? To us, it doesn't feel like you're doing anything. Do something. And I would say, yeah, he's speaking right now on the Senate. I know, Daddy, I know. And I would say, of all the senators that have been we've challenged, do something. The person I see effectively communicating, who has started putting out 2-3 videos a day, who's everywhere, who's galvanizing support and community organizing, is Chris Murphy. I really like what I see Chris Murphy doing. He was not even on my radar. I mean, I knew who he was, but I think Chris Murphy is definitely one to watch, and he's a leader. And he sat there with Cory Booker the entire time. He never left the Senate floor when Cory Booker was speaking. If you don't know, they're on they do like a podcast together. They're on each other's podcasts all the time. Yes, he's the senator from Connecticut. So I continue to be very impressed with what I see from Chris Murphy. That's what I'll say. And I think if you're like, and that's what we need to watch for. Exactly. He's stepping up. Like, who is going to step up? And like, we talked about this lately, but I think it's a good time to touch on it again with Cory Booker. There are things we could say like, hey, it would annoy me. He was lobbying for the TikTok ban, or, yeah, as Bernie Sanders correctly, I was identifying and screaming from the hilltops yesterday. It has now been 30 days since any food, water, or supplies of any kind have been allowed into Gaza. They are literally starving them out in there. And we need to draw attention to it. And has Cory Booker accepted money from AIPAC? Sure. But, or let me not say but, let me say and, right? There's nuance. Nobody is perfect. And what we have done with Congress is challenge them, said, we are desperate. We need help. We don't see you doing anything. Do something. And what I have seen from Cory Booker is something. I have seen, and from a marketing and advertising perspective, what Cory Booker has done, what he did right before, I could cry thinking about it, right before that Wisconsin Supreme Court vote, is galvanize the people, is create more awareness than ever has been created before on the internet. I can't tell you from an advertising marketing perspective, like 30 seconds during the Super Bowl is millions and millions and millions of dollars. Like, this man gave the Democratic Party and the struggle and the resistance more free advertising, more awareness. I mean, we can't afford what Cory Booker did. That is the reality. So I get it. And there's nuance to it. And I hear people saying, oh, it's performative. Like, their opportunity was to shut down the government. I want to say I hear all that, but you have to understand there is intrinsic value to what Cory Booker did. And then there's me as a minority who can say, absolutely, like him talking about John Lewis, about making good trouble, about motivating people. He said, my constituents challenged me and said, you're not doing enough. Do more, do something, show us who you are. That's what I'm looking for. I want every senator now. He set a precedent. My constituents asked me to show them who I am. This is what I could do now. And it was huge. And there is intrinsic value in that. Well, listen, I don't want to be a second grade grammar teacher, because I get the thing. What the issue is, people don't like the word performative, but it's just a word, right? But I think what the issue is with the word performative is that in Western civilization, there are negative connotations attached to the word, right? So when people use the word performative, which is, an adjective, it's more or less negative, right? But yeah, like Fax was saying yesterday, all politics is a performance, and it should be. That's their job. Perform for me. We put you there. But if you don't think there's value in that, I get it. And well, hold on, sorry. I just thank you for doing that. Do more now. That's what we're asking for. And I get it, because we are desperate, we are frustrated, we are tired, and the real action in the Senate, and now we see why, that the markets have crashed, would have been to shut down the government. But Cory Booker did not vote to fund the government that day. So anyways, there's nuance to that, but you guys see what I'm saying. We need more of what Cory Booker did, not less. Like, that's the reality. It's tough. It's complicated. It's hard. It's hard to, we're all frustrated, but what we want is to reinforce, I don't like to say good or bad, but reinforce the right actions. And him doing that, that was the right thing to do, not the wrong thing to do. And it made from an advertising perspective, you guys, if we saved up for the next 100 years, we could not pay for all the free advertising. And how much is hope worth? You tell me. How much is instilling hope and belief in the American people worth? I think it's priceless. And I say all this stuff like after a bunch of days of thinking about it. Believe me, I've debated both sides of that argument in my head. Like I've given it a lot of careful consideration. I promise you. Like we want more of that, of that behavior, not less. So we need to reinforce that behavior. Yeah, hope is priceless. I agree. Think about that feeling he instilled in everyone. I've never seen people so excited, so energized, and like, believe me, this fight we're in right now. A fight for democracy, a fight for our country, a fight for equity, a fight for our rights, a fight for healthcare. It's going to be a long slog. There's going to be peaks and valleys. We are going to be exhausted, and we will need people to instill hope in us and revitalize us like that many more times. And what Cory Booker did is say, here's what's possible. And set the bar in a place where the longer I think about it, and like I said, I've considered both sides of the argument, I think it's good. And I think we need to reinforce it. I love Michael Bennet. If you don't, oh my gosh, where's Michael Bennet from? I'm sorry. Is it Colorado? Where's Senator Michael Bennet from? I love his voice. It's like, doesn't look like his voice would come out of his body. Okay. Yeah. I love Michael Bennet. Senators have been on the Senate floor and outside speaking all day. Oh, sorry.
Where 50% of the benefit goes to the top 5%. And 10% of the benefit goes to the top 0.1%. That's when we live at a time in American history when the bottom 50% of Americans own 2% of the wealth of our country. At a time when young men in their 20s have seen their pay cut by 40%. Since 1976. At a time when half the 30-year-olds in America are going to earn less money for the first time in American history than their parents did. We have a job to do here. We have a job to do.
Sorry, I paused it because TikTok said something that it might have paused for you guys. So I just paused it so no one would miss the end.
And not just on the coast, but throughout the entire country. That's what we should be focused on today. That's what the American people need.
Amen. And that's the decline, right? And understand what Dr. Richard Wolff, when he's describing Trumpism, what he's saying is the American empire is in decline. And people who have consolidated wealth at the top of the economy, they're not going to give up any of their wealth. In fact, they've decided to steal from us to consolidate more. We were all enjoying the ride up when upward mobility was possible. For the first time, people in their 20s are going to make less than their parents. Yeah, that's late stage capitalism moving on into fascism. It's hard to work with a sucker in my hand, but I am enjoying it. Oh, this is good. Sorry, TikTok Studio. My presentation closed. Aaron Burnett's been doing some good reporting. I'm not a huge CNN fan, but Aaron Burnett has been doing some really good reporting lately.
And good evening, I'm Aaron Burnett. Out front tonight, the breaking news, a wipeout. $2.5 trillion today gone in the rout on Wall Street in response to Trump's trade war against 185.
$2.5 trillion. Remember I said large transfers of wealth to the top of the economy.
5 countries.
Stocks going out at the lows. The Dow falling more than 1,600 points, almost 1,700 points.
Almost nothing was spared here on this Thursday afternoon, the first full day of trading once we learned about the new U.S. tariff regime.
I mean, we'll just show you this image. I mean, nothing was spared. This is a sort of a map of the market. That sea of red, some of the few companies that went up, in the drug industry. Just listen to the CEO of high-end furniture company Restoration Hardware. So he's on a phone call with investors, right? He's talking about what's going on. And he looks down on his computer and he sees his own stock price down 40%. And this is what happens.
Oh, shit. Okay. I just looked at the screen. I hadn't looked at it. It got hit when I think the tariffs came out.
I mean, I can't believe this actually happened. I mean, the Dow eventually came in at a close about 4% lower, the NASDAQ 6% lower. And right now, as you look around this ripple around the world, sort of, it's like a tsunami rolling around, markets overseas, mostly all in the red. And Trump today, meantime, was on the golf course. His Doral Golf Club in Florida hosted the Saudi-owned Live Golf Tournament. So that's where he was. While he was on his way, he was asked about the crisis on Wall Street.
A lot of people were upset today about how their 401ks were doing. Do you have investments? When you look at
I think our markets are going to boom.
Of course, the S&P 500 today, as I mentioned, lost $2.5 trillion.
I just want to be clear because everyone's correctly identifying that. Yes, the S&P is more, and I am more worried about the S&P. I mean, I'm worried about everything, but yes, the market continued to run today. There are more losses. But understand, that is the point, right? This is what Trump wants. This is a power grab. So, and what do I mean by this is a power grab? He's already grabbed power. What do you mean? Let me just explain it. This is a power grab over all U.S. corporations. What Trump is saying is, let me demonstrate my power to you. I will turn you off. I will take everything you have. I can't even remember which news source I was reading this from, but I was seeing a news source say that a group of CEOs are making a pilgrimage to Mar-a-Lago to go try to talk Trump off the tariff ledge. What he's saying is, look what I've taken from you. I can do anything I want from you. Now I want you to come and beg me, and then I'm going to leverage you, right? He's demonstrating I can take it all. I can turn it all off. I can take it all away. Now let's make a deal. That's what he is doing. He did this with US8. I mean, he's doing it. He's pulling levers now, and he's also doing it with countries. I can tariff you. Right? I can make it harder for you to bring your goods to the capitalistic marketplace. What do I mean by that? We're in a globalistic economy. How did we get there? When America decided to fight for labor rights, they offshored all manufacturing. What America's role is, we are the marketplace. We are the consumers. That's why there are trade deficits. People bring their products here to sell. And Trump's saying, you want to sell your products? I can turn you off. Now let's make a deal. I mean, he's leveraging them. This is basic Queens mob boss. That's what he's doing.
Oh. Now, America's economy, before Trump made any of these announcements, started talking about all these tariffs and the way he was in recent weeks, had a lot going for it. I mean, this is the one thing it's easy to forget in this time when it's sort of talking about how other people are screwing the U.S. all the time. America is the largest economy in the world, bar none. The GDP of America is $29 trillion. It's the largest economy in the world. It's the strongest economy in the world. The U.S. dollar remains the most powerful and dominant currency in the world. Nothing matters more. Gold is priced in dollars. Oil is priced in dollars. And that is the ultimate power. The United States labor market is strong with a 4.1% unemployment rate. That is lower than any of our major trading partners. Lower than any of them. Consumer spending before Trump took office was surging up more than 4% the last quarter of last year. All of that, though, is now at risk. I mean, JP Morgan tonight.
And that's the point. He's basically saying, I can burn it all down if I want. I have ultimate control. I have consolidated there are no checks and balances on me. When Chuck Schumer didn't shut down the government and they baked that poison pill in that gave Trump the power to do all this tariff shit, this is what they allowed him to do. This John Fetterman, this is the danger of the center left. You empower fascist psychos on the right. I want you to understand that. That's when I say things like pick a side, this is the danger of riding the fence, of saying, hey, I'll just ride this out. I'll just agree now. And maybe it will get better down the road. The center left, yeah, I mean, it's nuanced and I blame a lot of people, but hell yeah, I will hold the center left responsible for what has happened yesterday. By not shutting down the government, it probably would have happened, but it could have happened anyways. But you know what I'm saying? The center left, how do you think Hitler got there? The center left in Europe, turning a blind eye, empowering him and allowing him to do it. Pick a side. Moderate Democrats are a danger to us all. Pick a side.
Up their odds of recession they had from 6 to 60%. It was 40% on Monday. That just goes to show you how
just give you one more analogy on that, what I mean. I promise you ask any historian, I have a history degree, ask any economist how Hitler got there. It's because centrism, it's the center left in Europe. Obama, I know nobody likes me to say that bad things Obama did, but Obama basically said, and I don't know if he believed it or not, I'm not in Obama's head, but when he bailed out the banks, when he said everybody in America lost their livelihoods, that's fine, we're going to bail out the banks and they'll do the right thing. He created a mob of people that were uneducated and angry and did not know who to blame. And who came next? And then, this wasn't Obama's fault. We should have put Bernie in because Bernie was the answer. Bernie was the antidote to what was ailing us. And we did not listen. People were angry. They had lost everything in the mortgage crisis. They were looking for an extremist, and we got him. He's still here right now. His name is Donald Trump. This is the danger of riding the fence. This is the danger of the center left.
Expected the magnitude of the tariff move by Trump was. That's a 50% increase in odds in 2 days, an unprecedented event. And then there's the headlines that we are all now inundated with, like these: Trump tariffs stoke fear of economic.
Bernie absolutely could have been elected. Someone in the comments said Bernie couldn't be elected, though. No, Bernie absolutely could have been elected. Donald Trump was relatively unknown, and people thought he was a joke. Do you know how many people are MAGA now that were burners? And I know this because I debate MAGA all the time. I spend my time on X and far right spaces. These people were looking for extreme change. They had their wealth, and they fell for something. Bernie absolutely could have been elected. And I hate this because I am a woman. I talk scientifically about the gender credibility gap. That happened to Hillary as well. It's unconscious bias in America. Bernie was electable. Nobody knew who Donald Trump was. He was saying the right things, drain the swamp. I have money. I don't have to be beholden to K Street. If you don't know, K Street is the street in Washington, D.C. where all the lobbying firms live. It's where all the power, it's where all the power lies. Trump was lying. Bernie actually had the real solution. He was elected. Let me put it this way. He was as electable as Hillary. I don't think everyone remembers the numbers back then. It wasn't Trump did it, it wasn't that people believed him or knew. They just wanted extreme change. Trump's an unknown politician who was lying to a bunch of people, who won an election narrowly against a woman. Unconscious bias. Hillary wiped the floor with him in every single debate. But by nature of unconscious bias and the gender credibility gap, could not win. Again, we can debate this all along. Like, I understand the numbers. I mean, that's why now, anyways, we can, but I digress.
Spiral of doom. Markets brace for global trade war. Trump mindless tariffs will cause economic havoc. And tonight already news of layoffs. The maker of Jeep and Chrysler announcing it's had to lay off already nearly 1,000 workers. Whirlpool announcing a layoff of 650, and that is the single biggest layoff in Iowa in nearly a year. All of this coming after the United States is now facing the latest numbers, 275,000 job cuts in March, and that is a record. Now, that's something that
I thought that tariffs created American jobs. What's happening? I thought it was going to strengthen American companies. It's so weird that American companies are now laying everyone off. It's almost like we've been lied to.
Not hearing about from Trump at all. We're hearing about, though, from him, things like this tariff chart that we showed you yesterday. And as we came to air yesterday, that chart had just come out. The math looked odd, and I can now confirm to you that it doesn't add up. So what Trump said you were looking at in those two charts was the tariff rates that other countries are putting on American goods. One top investor called the math, though, illogical and absurd and full of factually incorrect numbers. And I just wanted to take a moment to explain to you why. Because when you hear Trump say they're charging us 90%, we're only charging them 45%, maybe there's a little part of you that says, are they really charging us that? That's terrible. And if so, maybe 45% is fair. It doesn't add up, and here's why. Take Vietnam. That's why I mentioned 90%. Trump claims that they have a 90% tariff on U.S. imports. So to retaliate, he would only hit them with 46%. So the reality is that Vietnam's average tariff rate is only about 9%, not 90%. And they didn't have a typo. They got to that number a very specific way. They took the trade deficit that the United States has with Vietnam, which is large, $123.5 billion, and then they just divided it by the value of Vietnam's exports to the U.S., which in a big trade deficit is a small number relative to the deficit. And that's how they got to the tariff number, quote unquote, that Vietnam is charging. They get 90%. And then to look magnanimous and charitable, they say, oh, we're going to cut it in half, and that's all we'll charge Vietnam. But the bottom line is this. If the United States buys more from a country than it sells to that country, Trump is calling that a tariff. But that is not a tariff. That is capitalism. Maybe Americans buy a lot of bananas from a country because Americans like bananas and don't grow bananas in America. But that banana selling country doesn't buy a lot of American goods. That's not a tariff. A tariff is a country saying we will charge you more than it costs to make something just because, and that is a tax. And by the way, a big reason that Vietnam sells so much to the United States happens to be because American companies are making things there. They're putting up factories there to sell goods back to America because labor's cheaper in Vietnam. That did not
just because labor's cheaper in Vietnam, but because when we started a trade war with China in Trump's first term, the remedy for that was to move factories to another Asian company to try to avoid country to try to avoid the trade war. A bunch of people set up shop in Vietnam, and now Trump has slapped 90% tariffs on them. Do you understand how insane that is to do to American businesses manufacturing there? I know, Aaron Burnett. Well, Aaron Burnett, I'll just say this again: gender credibility gap. People don't listen when she's very intelligent. She's done some great reporting.
Stop Team Trump, though, from using this magic formula for all 185 countries, including that speck of land, the herd in McDonald Islands, human population 0, which got hit with a truly magical thinking tariff of 10%. That is the formula Trump used. And Mad Money's Jim Cramer from CNBC says the math is insane. He's going to join me in a moment. So you can imagine.
God, I have that segment recorded, actually. Oh, my God, it's insane. Jim Cramer. But I mean, facts, spin facts. Now, this is really interesting. I have something I'll show you some math about. I love Harry Ent. Again, I don't like corporate for-profit media, but There are people that are doing good jobs, and I like math. So for that reason, I like Harry Ant's work. This is fascinating. Let me show you what Trump's done to the stock market.
S&P 500 drops of 5% or more at this point in a presidency. There are only two of them, right? There's Donald Trump, a 10% drop since he took office. The only one that matches it or exceeds it was George W. Bush back in 2001, a drop of 18%. This is it. This is the whole kit and caboodle since the S&P 500 was created as an index back in 1957. When you're one of two and we're talking about drops in the stock market,
All right. Well, what makes this presidential plunge different than all other presidential plunges, except for the fact that we reclined at this plunge?
Exactly right. We're right on the eve of Passover, so why not go with that? Again, we're going to look at these drops of 5% plus.
About to talk about is that everything MAGA says is a lie. Trump inherited a bull market and then crashed it. That is the difference.
What is so different about this versus the Bush plunge? Remember, it was the dot-com bubble, right? That was happening before George W. Bush took office. What did Donald Trump inherit? He inherited a bull market from Joe Biden. Donald Trump is the only one to take a bull market and turn it into a bear market to such a degree that we're having a drop of 5% or more at this point. This is historically unprecedented. What Donald Trump, one man, it seems to me, has done to perhaps my favorite stock market index.
My
favorite stock market index is the S&P, which is who the hell has a favorite stock market index? Me, this person. And that's what we're saying. And if you don't know what he's saying is just like I was showing you the cover of when Biden handed off the economy, my fear was originally when Trump was elected, what we all thought was going to happen was Trump was going to walk into the White House and on day one just say, this is my economy. Look, I fixed the economy. Because Joe Biden's economy was the envy of the world. We had recovered the best in the G7 from the pandemic. It was humming along and the economy was expected to grow, not contract. And I was like, great, he's going to walk in on day one and just be like, oh, look what Trump has done. Yes, if he had done nothing, and let me tell you another fact about Trump. If Trump had just inherited his money from his dad and done nothing, he'd have more money now. I mean, not since he started grifting and enriching as president, but his own business actions have cost him more money than they've made him. He's not a business person. He does not understand what he is doing. Period.
My mentor in all things, Christine Romans, used to say, yeah, but Wall Street is not necessarily Main Street. How has that sort of changed?
I mean, that has changed tremendously over the past few decades. I mean, what are we talking about? Americans who own stock, you go back to 1974, it was just 23%, either directly or indirectly. You look at where it is now. Now the clear majority of Americans own stock in one way or another, right?
Our wealth is in the markets. Look at that. In 1974, 23% of Americans had a stake in the market. Now 62% do. This is what conservatives told us. Oh, bet it, put it in the market, put it in the markets, and then you can retire on it. And now we're being controlled with it.
There are 401ks, there are Roth IRAs, etc. And so what we're talking about now is something that is hitting the clear majority of Americans. What happens on Wall Street?
Absolutely. Yeah. And maybe I communicated that wrong. And I think Gigi made a good point. Yes, companies used to offer pensions, right? There used to be a way to retire. And then they're like, let's put it all in the market. Let's put it all in the market. And that's a great analogy. There used to be pensions. Now there are 401ks. That's what they want to do with our Social Security. They want to put it in the market. And if it's never been clearer, I've been yelling about this for years. But it's never been clearer than now. This is why we can't privatize Social Security, because a crazy person like Donald Trump then can do exactly what he is doing now and take it all from us, bankrupt us all. If you didn't see it before, if you were thinking maybe if we privatize Social Security, we can make more. Do you see? Do you see why it can't be risked in the market now? He can take it all from us, bankrupt us, steal our future, and make us slave laborers. That is what is happening. By Donald Trump taking our financial futures away, we are now all dependent on him. We have to do whatever the billionaire class says. They've taken everything from us. I've been saying the numbers bear out. The only thing that has happened since 1980 are transfers of wealth to the top of the economy. One of the largest ones just happened. It's weird here in Arizona, so I had to wait until we reconnected. I'll get to the strategic oil reserve. That is a nightmare. But this is why we can't privatize things. This is why we can't privatize the post office. Privatization is bad economics, right? All of our corporations, all of our small businesses depend on the post office. We're going to privatize it and raise prices. How does that help businesses? It does not. It helps billionaires. It helps the billionaire donor class consolidate power against us. And now you see, when we privatize things, anytime Donald Trump wants to take anything from us, he can. By doing exactly what he's just done now. This is why we have to get him out of here. This is why we have to change the laws.
Street doesn't stay on Wall Street. It does, in fact, go and affect Main Street. And what's affecting Main Street right now is a record plunge for a president, given that he inherited a bull market and he turned it into a bear.
So what we are seeing one way or the other right now is a little bit of history, Harriet, and great to have you explain it all. Thank you.
Love Harriet. Good work, Harry. I just love math, but here's another good one. There's so many. I love to see economists start having you'd be like, what the is going on? I've never seen so many economists just be pissed.
The market was very surprised. There was this sense that the tariffs were going to be reciprocal. But of course, these tariffs were not reciprocal. The tariffs from the president were completely made up out of whole cloth in a formula that no trade expert had ever seen before. And so they basically made up tariffs that were charged by other countries. And then he said, well, we're giving them a break and we're going in half. So these were much worse than expected by Wall Street. And that's why you have this. Remember, the market was already down. We have evaporated nearly $5 trillion worth of wealth. And I'll tell you, just from a technical standpoint, we closed at the low of the day. There was an attempt at a rally here. We moved from 1,500 down to about 1,000 or so. And there was no staying power, no takers at that lower level. And so we then went back the other way. What's happening here, Nicole, I think is a massive thumbs down from the market about what this means for stocks, what this means for the economy, what this means for jobs. What you have forecasters are increasing their inflation outlook, they're lowering their growth outlook, and of course they're upping their recession chances. It's not a foregone conclusion we have a recession, but they're upping their recession chances here. And the worst part about it that's so perplexing, I think, to the markets here is
we say upping I was talking, I don't know if you guys caught it, but I was talking about the JP Morgan prospectus that I'd stayed up all night reading. Yeah, it's now moved from 40 to 60%. The chance of recession is now set at 60%, which for financial institutions like JP Morgan to alarm people like this, it hurts their own institution. So they're always going to err on the side of caution because by scaring people, it's almost assuring that people won't invest. So just know that is in private, they are probably much more worried than even what they are saying. This is terrifying. Oh, and I just remembered something. When I can't remember what I was talking about. Oh, I think during the Richard Wolf video, Sylvia and Grandma, thank you so much for subscribing. Things come to me later. I realized I was trying to remember to thank you both, and I did not. So thank you guys both now. I appreciate it so much. Oh my God. I get Charlie Kirk's emails during his lives. Like I told you, I have a whole other alter ego on Truth Social. I have a whole cult following of people that think I'm MAGA. And Charlie Kirk is on in live debating, talking about women getting out of combat, trying to gaslight people into thinking tariffs are a good thing. I think I cannot wait till we get these people out of here.
You have what is arguably the most, what you might call business-friendly cabinet in maybe the history of the United States here. Billionaires, you have Donald Trump as a former businessman. You have Howard Lutnick, ran Cantor Fitzgerald. You have Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, ran a hedge fund. And they don't seem to care. They don't seem to be hearing the message of the market, which is a market that is screaming no mas.
No mas. Yeah, because if you have 500 million, 600 million, I think Bessent has like 500 million. If you're a billionaire, you don't care. You can weather the storm. These are huge transfers of wealth. I know Scott Bessent shorted something. They all made money. They're having a ball. They all saw this coming. Sorry, I'm just deciding because I've been skipping around, so I'm deciding where we're going to go. Oh, yes. And then watch this. So this is actually on Fox Business. And I love watching economists on Fox. You could tell, like, the real economists are like, what the like, this is not okay. And like I said, I've never seen more economists like have so many feelings in my life. And watch this woman try to be like, this man try to be like, oh, it's okay. And she's like, what the
the charts that were released, what looked like, at least watching it on TV, what looked like tariffs that are charged the United States by other nations were not tariffs.
Correct.
They were, the way that was calculated, they created a formula that divided a country, let's say China, a country's trade surplus with the United States just on goods by its total exports based on data for last year from the Census Bureau. And then for what we're going to tariff them, we cut that number in half by 2. So that was supposed to be some expression of how we are wronged on trade by these other nations. But those numbers that were on that grid, they don't mean anything. They're just meant to express how we're getting screwed.
Okay.
Essentially.
Well, so
are we?
Well, so
the calculation was a Greek alphabet, to Dagan's point.
Well,
literally, literally like the Greek.
It's a formula.
I minus M divided by.
She means literally.
By the way, that's the lenient part, right?
This is the formula.
Right.
These people are such idiots. There's one economist and then a bunch of idiots. What she's saying is they're not based on tariff rates. Trump lied. This is no economist. This formula is an asinine formula, probably made by ChatGPT, as I showed you guys yesterday. They're not reciprocal tariffs. And that these people, Fox News, literally, the requirement to work there is to have no clue.
And the lenient part is that we didn't do 100%. And let me tell you why they're doing this, right? Because I've got a list here of all of the non-trade barriers that we talk about. But there's more than this, right? And there's a debate, like if you consider value-added tax a non-trade barrier. The Trump administration does. Some economists don't. But this is a huge list. And what they're saying is, hey, this list, it goes way beyond just this list. And in their minds,
he's wrong. By the way, that list is not included in the formula. So, sir, you have no idea what you're talking about. Non-trade barriers, he doesn't even know what they are. It's like the additional fees associated with tariffs. These are not, he didn't use the tariff rates plus the non-trade barriers. That's what she's trying to tell you. So now you're just saying things that make no sense. But I love when men are just like, let me say something that has nothing to do with the point.
only way to maybe figure it out, maybe this would be the metric they use. This is the metric that they chose to say, hey, we know you're cheating. We know that this has never been fair free trade, and we're trying to level the playing field, and we're going to use our own metric to design, and that's what they came up with. And so that's what we have, and that's what everyone's got to work on.
They came up with it because they were in a hurry to cobble something together. I think that even on the outside looking in, that was.
She's right. She's right. And again, you're like, here's a list of non-tariff trade barriers that they didn't use. Why are you waving that around? They didn't use those. That's what Trump said they used. And then it turned out he said it was tariff rates plus non-tariff barriers. They didn't use them. So why are you waving it around as if they did? Like, it doesn't even make any sense. But then again, like, that's the beauty of the Fox's audience. They don't know what's going on anyways. So it doesn't have to make sense. Like, they're so confused. They're just like, yes, numbers, things. Like, if you can talk to people who have no idea what anything means anyways, it's a lot easier to lie and convince them that something's real. Like, that is, and the only person on that stage that knew what she was talking about was that woman, and that was the only person people were talking over and not listening to. Welcome. Ugh. Could not, like, they couldn't correctly identify to someone to listen to if their life's dependent on. Thank you, Wayne, for sharing the live. You're absolutely amazing. Can we all tap the screen? We have basically stopped tapping. Please get to 250K as fast as possible. Jeremy, thank you so much for the $5 for your tuition. I appreciate you. You can pay your tuition in installments. You're the best. Or just when you finally get your school voucher, once we go to adult school vouchers, can just hand that over to me. You're the best, Jeremy. Okay, so Robert Reich, who we love, he made a video, which I love. I talked to you guys about this when Trump was doing that speech that was a bunch of lies and made no sense, and saying he used, tariff rates, which he didn't. One of the worst quotes of that speech was him saying, groceries. What an old word that no one uses. Yeah, if you're a billionaire and you have never been in a grocery store because you don't have to go to the grocery store, I guess he's like, groceries, a bag of food items. It's like he has no idea what groceries are and has never had to say the word. And it just goes to show you how out of touch the billionaire class is. Of course, you guys don't know what groceries are, or how much they cost, or when you don't make a lot of money, how hard it can be to afford them. Well, Robert Reich made a really great video and did an analysis on all this. Love this, man.
Trump seems to have given up on trying to make groceries cheaper. But wasn't that what the entire election was supposedly about?
I won on two things, the border, and I won on groceries. It's a very simple word, groceries.
Well, now he admits he won't be lowering grocery prices after all. He told Time magazine, quote, I'd like to bring them down. It's hard to bring things down once they're up. You know, it's very hard. Yes, it will be hard because of Trump's economic plans. What are they exactly? Well, first, Trump plans to slash the top corporate tax rate to just 15%, which would result in the 5 largest grocery stores getting a collective $1.7 billion tax cut. But do you think they will pass those savings on to you? Think again. The year after Trump cut the corporate tax rate in his first term, the largest corporations spent a then record $806 billion on stock buybacks, juicing their own share prices and lining the pockets of their executives and shareholders. Walmart, the nation's largest grocer, has spent $43 billion on buybacks since 2018. If Trump is rewarding grocery stores and food distributors with more tax cuts, why wouldn't they just line their pockets again? Second, grocery prices will skyrocket thanks to Trump's proposed 25% tariffs on imports from Mexico and Canada. That's because our neighbors to the north and south are two of our biggest agricultural trading partners, accounting for $84 billion worth of food and beverage imports in 2023. And despite what Trump says, tariffs are not paid by other countries, they're paid by us at the checkout line.
And you guarantee American families won't pay more?
I can't guarantee anything. I can't guarantee tomorrow.
Third, Trump's appointee to head the Federal Trade Commission, Andrew Ferguson, has vowed to end the agency's war on mergers. This will lead to less competition in a food industry that's already dominated by just a few corporations. Research shows that markets with fewer competitors have higher prices, which means you'll be paying even more for groceries. That's why the Biden administration sued to block the merger between mega grocers Kroger and Albertsons. They won that battle, but big food corporations are licking their chops to gobble up the competition when the Trump administration gives them the green light. Fourth, Trump's cruelest promise of all is deporting millions of immigrants whose hard work is crucial to our food supply.
On day one, I will launch the largest deportation program in American history.
Around 1.7 million undocumented people work across the food supply chain in America. Farms, dairies, ranches, and food processors all rely on undocumented workers. Experts agree that mass deportations will result in labor shortages, to say nothing of the hardships imposed on many people in our communities. And what would those labor shortages mean for consumers? Higher prices. Let's be clear, Trump never had any plan to bring down grocery prices and help working families because he doesn't care about you. He cares about his corporate donors and billionaire buddies. He's focused on making his rich friends even richer and your life even harder.
Love Robert Reich. He's the best. He's absolutely. Someone asked if these videos are on YouTube. Yes, Robert Reich. I showed you that list on YouTube. He had gained like hundreds of thousands of followers in the first quarter on YouTube. I sent it to everyone in the Discord. Yeah, he's on YouTube. He's on X. He's on every platform Robert Reich can be on. He is on. He has millions of followers on Facebook. I saw the other day. He's the former labor secretary of Bill Clinton and now a professor of economics at UC Berkeley. I know. I like the production value. I like the way he does things. Oh my God, you guys are going to love. Oh, I'm so excited. And I don't know if the account that posts, well, I know not the account on X I got it from because it's an account that like posts good TikTok videos that they find, but you guys probably will know even before I do what this guy's name is, but oh my God. So I'll show you. The account that posted it is what's trending.now.news, but I don't know if that's who's talking. I'm assuming not. So, but wait till you see. This is probably one of my favorite analyses I've seen so far of what happened. You're going to love this.
I think that was the dumbest, most economically illiterate speech I have heard in my life, and I've heard a lot of bad ones. It was filled with lies and distortions, and I need to back that up. For example, the idea that the European Union has a 39% tariff rate on the United States. The weighted average of EU tariffs on the U.S. is 1%. Japan, which supposedly, according to Trump, had a 46% tariff rate, the weighted average of tariffs on U.S. products is 3.2%. Marcus Peterson, who was excellent, highlighted the fact that other countries which actually have high tariff rates, like Turkey, all of a sudden get favored treatment from Trump, at least relatively favored, by paying only 10%. What you had was someone who is the President of the United States speaking almost absolute nonsense. And the biggest nonsense of all was the idea that tariffs can replace income taxes and that they will lead to economic growth. They won't. Now, how bad is this? You have varying rates across the board. You have 20% on the EU. You have 34% on China, even higher on some countries. Lowest rates are still only going to be, are still at least 10%. The Aston Business School modeled this, and earlier this week came out and said, in the event of a 20 to 25% U.S. tariff, and we're roughly talking about that across the board, if the EU and other countries retaliate, the loss to the global economy will be 1.4 trillion. That is trillion with a T, dollars to the global economy. The tax burden, effective tax burden on the U.S. taxpayers will be $6 trillion with a T. This is one of the most, in addition to being economically illiterate speeches, it is accompanied by one of the most economically damaging actions that have been taken. Tariff.
Economically illiterate, actually illiterate. And I said, I don't know who this person is. This is the account that posted it. What's trending .now .news. That's why I showed it to you. So, because again, I've never heard that, like, to my knowledge, I don't recognize that guy. I just, on X, because I'm keeping an eye on all these weirdos. There's all these really cool aggregate accounts that monitor, really good TikTok videos and post them. So I assume that's who this guy is, or I don't know. It could be a TikTok account that reposted someone else's video, but then you would see like two things on top of each other. So I'm assuming find what's trending .now .news, and that's him. But I don't know his name or anything. To my knowledge, I've never heard that guy speak, but I like him. That's what I'm saying. Normally economists like Jerome Powell was speaking today for the first time since Trump decided to ruin all of our lives. Who's Jerome Powell? He's the chairman of the Federal Reserve. And they speak in monotone on purpose because in Kamala Harris, and another thing she was right about, she said, I know when I was the Attorney General of California that my words, quote, my words can move markets. And that's why it's important economists don't scare the shit out of people, right? They don't show emotion, because if they express too much emotion, they can move markets, so that you don't. That's why it's fascinating to me to watch all of these economists be like, Trump's a fucking idiot, because it's honestly their job to just speak in monotone. Like even Jerome Powell, he's speaking in monotone today, and he's just like, it's not my job to comment on why or how or what Trump's doing, that's not their job. They have to be even keel all the time. But yeah, his outlook, while speaking in complete monotone and acting like he was just reading a book, he's just basically he's saying our goal is 2% inflation, and Trump's doing whatever he's doing, and we're going to adjust accordingly. Basically interest rates are not going to be lowered. It's not going to be cheaper to loan money. It's not looking. They're going to adjust to counteract what Trump has done, is basically what he's saying. I feel like someone just asked me something I had something to say. Did someone resubscribe? Is that what it was? Yes, Bruce Wayne's mother. Thank you for resubscribing. That's what it was. I was like, I know I have something to say. I'm trying my best to not miss anyone. Okay. Oh my God. And again, I have something really good to show you. Because, it's like an F around and find out type thing. But yeah, do I sort of enjoy when these very rich Trump supporters lose all their money in the markets, and then we can watch them be like, what's happening? Yes, I do. I absolutely do. Dave Portnoy, if you don't know, he's the owner of Barstool Sports. Not so. Thank you so much. Loves Trump. Made a bunch of money off Trump's meme, one of the Trump meme coin grifters, all this stuff. Let me show you. Dave Portnoy is having a not so great day today. Dave Portnoy's lost a lot of money. Watch Dave Portnoy crying today. Oh wait, hold on. I've got to unmute. I want to make sure we get the whole effect.
I almost tweeted out, Dave, how much are you down right now and today? 7 million. I'm down $7 million in stocks and crypto. And it's tariff city. Trump has put his tariffs all over the place. I've been trying to understand them. I don't. Like, it's more a trade deficit tariff to me. Like, hey, we get this much shit from you and you get this much from us. Let's even that up. Let's get some wacky formula and do tariffs. And everything's in the shitter because of it.
Dave Portnoy lost $7 million today. Yeah, like, we care. We can't go to the doctor. Like, please. And this is the same guy who was encouraging people to buy Trump's meme coin. And again, it's hard for me with MAGA, but I don't like watching MAGA be fleeced repeatedly by Trump because they don't understand economics. And after he made millions off Trump's meme coin, meme coin is like a pyramid scam where you basically are convincing other people to buy what you just bought for more. And then the idiots at the end of the line basically lose everything. Yeah, I saw you doing that, Dave. You just got though, didn't ya? You just got. It doesn't feel good, does it? Thoughts and chairs. Thoughts and chairs to you, Dave. Thoughts and chairs. I'm sure it will get better. Oh, I love this. This is even better. This will make you guys smile. Okay, so this is not TikTok Studios acting very funny today. It just keeps closing my presentation. I have to reopen it every single time. Thank you for tapping the screen. Can we aggressively tap the screen? There's like 1 heart, 2 hearts. Let's get to 300K so I can reset the goal. MAGA stupid. No, I know. Well, no. I know. You're right, though. Like, if you're involved in, like, one pyramid scam, like, how many pyramid scams are you guys going to sign up for Trump? It's, like, insane watching it. But I don't like watching... Let me describe it this way. I don't like watching the transfers of wealth to the top of the economy. There's little ones, there's bigger ones, and that's what they all amount to, is just Trump taking from the middle and lower classes. And it's disgusting to watch. And he is so famously like such a miser and a hoarder. It's like that money will never recirculate. He never spends his own money. He only spends other people's money. Okay, so this will make you laugh hysterically. I'm probably getting a copyright violation on YouTube for this, but I've decided it's worth it because it's so funny. I'm gonna try to make sure you guys can see it big enough. Okay, so Adam Kinzinger posted this. And you could see he labeled the different people as like Trump voter, like Gen X Democrat. This is so funny. You're going to die. Adam Kinzinger is one of the only 2 Democrats who were on the J6 committee that like lost his seat. And in Illinois, just to remind you, if you're like, who's Adam Kinzinger? He's a former rep in the House. He was a true believer. He's like he got Knight of the Long Knives, essentially. But he was, along with Liz Cheney, sat on the J6 committee and voted for Trump to be impeached. Now he's like on Midas Touch all the time. He's an outspoken, like never Trumper. Well, he's not a Republican anymore. Like, just to be clear, I just want to be clear. It's not like he voted for Trump. Yeah. I gotta unmute again. Every time I close TikTok closes the presentation. Okay, you will die laughing. Wait, I want to make sure we get the whole thing in frame, though. I don't want to miss any. Okay, I'll adjust it if I have to.
I gotta say, I could have called this one.
No.
Yeah.
Is it our fault?
It is not your fault.
Whose fault is it? Oh, fuck, I want to fucking know.
Let's cut this shit. It is directly your fault. It is absolutely 150% your fault. Of course it's their fault.
Please don't cry like that.
Let's grow up.
I'm going to throw up. I think I'm going to throw up.
Don't throw up.
Come on. You threw up. Oh, this is ugly. Hey, guys.
This is not right.
All right, dipshits. Right here.
Stop it.
an ex-Democrat. I assume that's Adam Kinzinger. But let's play it one more time because it's so funny.
I gotta say, I could have called this one.
No.
Yeah.
Is it our fault?
It is not your fault.
Whose fault is it? Oh, fuck, I want to fucking know.
Let's cut this shit. It is directly your fault. It is absolutely 150% your fault. Of course it's their fault.
Please don't cry like that.
Let's grow up.
I think I'm going to throw up. I think I'm going to throw up.
Don't throw up.
Come on.
You threw up. Oh, this is ugly. Hey, guys.
This is not right.
All right, dipshits. Right here.
Stop it there.
Yeah, if you want me to send this, I can find it in my outline. Again, all the outlines are in the live sources section on Discord, but yeah, I can find this. It's on Adam Kinzinger's. I mean, he's all across the internet, so you can find it. I'm sure he put it on Blue Sky too, but it's former Representative Adam Kinzinger, but I can try to look for it and, oh, I found it. It's 50 in the outline. I'll send it to everyone in Discord right now. But yeah, I do post these outlines. So all the links, help me, help you, help me, help you, help yourself. Okay, just sent it to everyone in the Discord. So if you want access to it, you now have it. But I just thought that was hilarious. I also thought, like, because a bunch of people are like, oh, this reminds me of Trump. Like this is the other one I saw that I thought was really funny. Like, because Trump keeps being like, we're bringing manufacturing back from China, which is never going to happen, as a complete lie. And I keep saying, the reason manufacturing was offshored is because Americans refused to be slave laborers. They demanded labor rights. They demanded living wages. They demanded human rights in the workplace. And so capitalists were like, no, I don't want to pay people. So we're just going to put our factories in places we can exploit people. But then yesterday, all the delusional MAGA are like, the factories are coming back. And someone responded to a video of MAGA people on Newsmax being like, oh, the factories are coming back to America, and posted this clip. And I was like, oh my God, it's so true. Sorry, I have to unmute again.
Think these things through before he tells us. He just tells us what he's thinking as soon as it occurs to him. This shit sounds nuts. I'm gonna go to China and I'm gonna get those jobs from China and bring them back here to America. For what, nigga? So iPhones can be $9,000? Leave that job in China where it belongs. None of us want to work that hard. What the fuck is he thinking? I want to wear Nikes. I don't want to make them shits. What the fuck are you doing?
So there were so many funny moments of people posting things, but those were my two favorite, which I'll probably get a copyright violation for these, but I don't care. Some days you just need to laugh because God knows this world's falling apart. I know. Isn't that so true? Everyone's like, oh, the factories are coming back. Oh, so the kids can work in them? You guys are deporting undocumented immigrants. So what? So we can all shove our children into the factories and make Nikes and iPhones? What are you guys talking about? Or what did Howard Nutlick say yesterday? That don't worry, the robots are going to make the stuff and we're all going to be factory robot repairmen? That's what our future is? Why don't you be you're a billionaire, Howard Nutlick. We're all supposed to be excited about being factory workers. That's what it's unbelievable. Yes, it is Nutlick now, forever and always. I realized yesterday, 3 a.m., that Howard Lutnick's name, if you just change the L and the M, is Nutlick. Okay, and this is, oh my God, I have to leave the presentation, but now this is going to be, we have a series of really good feel-good videos. Not feel-good, but you know it is. None of this feels good, but you know what I'm saying. Now, when you hear this, especially since there's only 379 people in here, assuming most of the people in here, can everyone share the live with 10 people? And can we please we're almost at 300K. Let's get to 300K so I can... Sorry, I'm just taking a deep breath. But this is what I'm saying. I do. One of the reasons I'd like to do so much research is just I love when I yell something for like 2 months and then other people catch on. I want you to tell me, how long have I been saying this? How long have I been talking about Scott Bessent, the Secretary of the Treasury, the guy that you learned at the feet of George Soros? How long have I been saying that he wants to devalue the US dollars and makes exports cheaper? How many times on different lives have you guys heard me explaining to people that the reason that we have trade deficits is because the value of the US dollar is so high, and when other countries want to sell more stuff, they devalue their currency in order to do it. So in order for us to export more and not have trade deficits, we would have to devalue the US dollar. How many times? But I'm a woman with a tiny brain, so people don't listen when I speak. But when you hear this, like they've discovered something. How many times did I say it?
Trying to tank the economy on purpose. The name of that plan is the Mar-a-Lago Accord. Let me break this down step by step. The stock market just plunged more than 1,000 points today. New reports are showing that the Trump tariffs will raise $6 trillion, which would be the largest tax hike in U.S. history. Already, we're seeing Stellantis, which is an auto worker plant, lay off 900 workers in Michigan and Indiana. And already, the Tax Foundation has released an analysis that said that the Trump tariffs will amount to an average tax increase of more than $2,100 per U.S. household in 2025. And keep in mind, those tax increases are only for people making under $400,000 a year, because people making over $400,000 a year, they're planning on giving them Trump tax cuts. Remember, the $4.5 trillion tax cuts that they're trying to give to the ultra wealthy when they cut Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, education, and food stamps. Not only is USA Today reporting that more layoffs are coming in the works because of these tariffs, the Trump tariffs are going to push the US and the globe into a recession. Baby, this is the Great Depression 2.0. And here's where the shit gets really crazy. Trump is trying to tank the economy on purpose. And the AP is reporting that the Dow just dropped 1,400 points because of the Trump tariffs. And with that, the value of the US dollar just fell. Here's why this is important. Like I said, this is all part of the Mar-a-Lago Accord plan. This is an entire plan for the Trump administration to reorient the United States relationship with the global economy. The plan centers on weakening the value of the US dollar to boost US exports and cut imports with the goal of revitalizing US manufacturing. Their theory is when the value of the dollar decreases, it makes U.S. goods and services cheaper for foreign buyers. This is because the weaker dollar means that foreign currencies have more purchasing power in the U.S. market. Like when you go to Mexico and a U.S. dollar is equal to 2 pesos. So to be clear, they're tanking the U.S. economy on purpose, devaluing the U.S. dollar in the global market because in their mind, they're betting that these governments are going to increase U.S. imports to make us more money. But there's only one little problem with that. Shit isn't fucking working. France just called for the suspension of investments in the US. Canada's new prime minister said that the old US-Canada relationship is fucking over. Mexico is now doing more business with China instead of us. And even the fucking Brits said, fuck you bitches, I'm doing my own retaliatory tariffs. And on top of that stupid ass strategy not working on the global stage, it doesn't work domestically because again, low income Americans are going to be hit hardest by the Trump tariffs. They're going to be paying more taxes. You're going to have no Medicare, no Medicaid, no food stamps, no education funding. Millions of people are going to be out of a fucking job because of the economy. And through all of it, Trump will say, I couldn't care less.
How many times have I said that in the last 3 months? That Trump was thank you, Jeffs. Literally 100 times. Probably more. And people are like, what? Why would we devalue currency? That's not a thing. I'm like, yes, that's how you export more. The reason we don't export is because the value of our currency is too high. Our exports are too expensive. They cost too much money. If a country wants to export more, they devalue their currency. But when women say things, no one listens. Okay. And also, I've told you who this creator is now 55 times. But also, I have said all of this over and over and over and over. But again, here, let me. Joanna, can you post his name's Brian Baez, but it's. Can you Can you pin his name at the top? It's at Mentally Divine for the 500th time. And I'm just going to say this again, because you got to help me help you. All of these outlines are in the Discord in the live sources section. All of them. Like the amount of time we spend like doing that. They're all in the live sources section. Someone also asked after I just said literally 5 seconds ago, I just sent. I didn't even put the Step Brothers video in the Discord. I literally sent it to all of you in the general chat. It depends on how your notifications are set on your phone. I sent it to everyone who's in the Discord. I added everyone and sent it. So it should be a notification on your phone. You don't even have to find that in the Discord. But again, every link to every video I play is in the live sources section in the outline. And again, and then another way, like if I never told you who anyone was, which most creators don't, because it wastes. I mean, we could get a lot more done if we weren't constantly explaining people. Yeah, turn your Discord notifications on. Thank you, Halo. And also, all of these replays are posted on YouTube after the fact, except for that's actually a caveat. Like if I get a copyright violation, then that won't be in there. Like, so actually you might not be able to screen record the Step Brothers video, because the reason I don't always play things like that is because you'd have to understand copyright law on the internet. Like I don't own that like the Step Brothers content, and that's owned by a company that does pursue copyright violations. So I actually could get I could be in a lot of trouble for that. Like YouTube is very strict with copyright strikes, especially music. Like if you're ever wondering why I don't play more music, if you like, creators who play music in their lives are not monetized on YouTube, because you can't play music in your lives, or you have to go back and edit it out, or you can be like permanently demonetized. It's like I've gotten since the day you guys helped me get to 4,000 hours watch on you, like all I've read about is like copyright law. It's YouTube, Google is a scary place. You can get in a lot of trouble for playing stuff you don't own. So like that's why it's like sometimes people are like, let the video play. Like, why are you talking? It's like the amount of it's like there are ratios to how much time I have to spend talking versus playing clips. Like there is like a science to what I'm doing, and it's like I'm always trying to adjust things and figure out. If you knew what it took to be able to do this like legally, it's scary. But yeah, so anyways, but yeah, so also if there's ever a clip, just maybe not the music or like important movies like Step Brothers, but all of these lives are posted immediately after, as soon as they're processed by YouTube, to my YouTube, which is also A Girl Has No Name. So if you ever want to go back and find something, you can always find it there and just screen record it or screenshot it on your phone as well. So again, in the live sources section, the outlines are available and then the actual video replays are available on YouTube after. Marlene, thank you so much for the $25. That is so kind. Thank you so much. Thank you for making my Friday. And yeah, and I think we got it, but at Mentally Divine, spelled exactly like the words. I love Brian Baez. I've talked about it before, but I'm in like like there used to be press corps. There's this thing called creator corps, and it's for like Black and brown creators. And I'm in it with him, and we have these like huge Zoom meetings, and he is just being in there and listening to him in the chat is the funniest thing. He is the biggest personality. Oh, I forgot. I had to leave the presentation to find that clip. Sorry. Got to go back in. Yeah, like that man's personality I thought I had a big personality. Brian Baez is the best. Okay, do we want to get reactions from people? Yeah. Oh my God, Caroline, leave it is the worst. Here, I'll show you this. I found it because I was trying to find some examples of like, okay, were they out talking to like people or business owners about their feelings? I could only find 2 videos that were like the reporters going and talking to either like a small business owner or like a person about how they felt about what Trump was doing. Oop, nope, not the Step Brothers video again. Here we go. Oh, and again, this is a good one. Let me just share this. if you don't remember this fact post at factpost.news, you can find this all across the internet too, whatever your favored platform is. This is the Democratic Rapid Response account. So this is a great account to follow. They always have like interesting, like it's their Rapid Response account. If you want to know what's going on, it's at Fact Post News. So that comes highly recommended as well.
Kelly, so we're here in Teterboro, Costco on one side, a Walmart right behind me. We've been talking to a lot of people who in many cases are doing their weekly shopping. And the common refrain we've heard is that prices were already going up and they are worried they could go up even more and that the consumer is feeling very stressed. We heard from one woman who even said that the same basket of groceries that she regularly buys has now effectively doubled. Take a listen.
I feel like the prices are ridiculous now. It's to the point where it's going to be harder for people to shop because the prices are just insane. Literally, yes, because last week I like literally for the same amount of stuff that I bought, I literally paid like maybe $30-40, and now it's like $75 for like 3 bags of groceries. It's like completely insane.
Hey, Kelly, so we're here in Teterboro.
Oh my God. You want to hear something scary? This is so funny because I'm looking for examples of like costs is like people to talk about like the cost of their stuff rising. And I literally look at my phone because I have a notification. It's Facts, Steve texting me being like, oh, what kind of microphone do you have? Like, I need a microphone upgrade. And I literally just pull it up and the microphone is $100 and more expensive. I could have sent it to him. It is $100 more right now than what I paid for it. Yeah, I guess technology is getting more expensive. Oh my God. I'm just trying to make sure. I'm like, is this my micro? Like, what the? Here. Sorry, I'm just sending this really quick. I guess this is how it's going to be with things manufactured in China. Or it could be for another. I'm not saying it's directly because of this, but I mean, this is the future. Nintendo Switch 2 release now delayed. I didn't know that. Well, yeah, I mean, like, I think with electronics and stuff, yeah, like, especially with China's retaliatory tariffs, I can't even imagine the conversations that are going on right now with, like, what is the future? And people tried to prepare. That's why people moved factories to Vietnam. And now Vietnam has higher tariffs. Like, I don't, it's like, there's not an answer right now. That's the thing. It's like, oopsie, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. People are like, what's the answer? Yeah, there just is not one. There's no answer to this right now. It's just, and Trump is golfing, got paid millions of dollars by the Saudis to go to a golf tournament yesterday. And this is what he wants. So I'll also say, make sure you experience pleasure this weekend. Make sure you do, like, hang out with people you care about. Make sure you do the things that make you happy. Do not let Trump take simple pleasures away from you. Dr. Danny always talks about this book called Pleasure Activism. And that's what it's about. It's a New York Times best-selling book, and that's what it's talking about. It's like, with the onset of fascism, do not let Trump steal your joy. Like, you need to make a conscious effort to still experience pleasure. Don't be paralyzed by fear. That is what he wants. The goal is that we all sit here terrified and worried. Actually, I want to show, sorry, I'm just thinking about it. I think we all get the point on that. But what I want to show you guys, let's talk about the Strategic Oil Reserve really quick, because this is important. And Mr. Global made an amazing video about this. We were talking about the privatization of things. I was saying this is why we can't let them privatize Social Security and put it into the market. Once it's privatized and in the market, then Trump can cause it to crash anytime he wants. He can bankrupt us all. And there's a lot of people talking about what's going on with the Strategic Oil Reserve and its privatization. But I think that I think, well, you guys know, Mr. Global has taught me most of what I know about the oil and gas industry in America, and he was the first video I saw on it. So let's watch his.
Join me on a trip down this rabbit hole because something very fishy is happening with the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. The Department of Energy has awarded a management and operating contract for the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. They're not going to run it anymore. They've awarded this $1.4 billion contract to a company called Strategic Storage Partners, LLC. Here's where it gets strange, other than the fact that the Department of Energy isn't going to run it anymore. So this is the website for the company that received the $1.4 billion contract to manage our Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Okay. Strategic Storage Partners was formed in Franktown, Colorado in 2019. Their agent is a person named Brian Taylor, who I cannot find on this planet. This person, Sarah Westfall, is the manager of Strategic Storage Partners, right there in Franktown, Colorado. And since I can't find out anything about this company, I go to what Sarah has posted on LinkedIn, all 3 posts, which are just reposts of the construction of storage units, which Sarah Westfall and Strategic Storage Partners invest in. This is a company that buys storage units. This is a real estate company. Here's another one where they partnered with Red Rock's Self-Storage. I don't know if you know this, but Strategic Petroleum Reserve storage is not like storage units, okay? That's not a thing. And this gentleman, Donald Marcotte, is a founding member of Strategic Storage Partners, and his entire history is working for companies that also invest in real estate, specifically storage units. Yeah, self-storage. These are the only 2 employees of this company that I can find anywhere on the internet. Anywhere. And everything I'm seeing is they're investing in storage buildings. So the Department of Energy is no longer going to run our strategic reserve. They're going to hand all management responsibilities for $1.4 billion, by the way, to a company that appears to be in the self-storage unit business. And this company's based out of Colorado, and the people that work for it are based outside of Denver, Colorado. And guess who else? Colorado. The Secretary of Energy. That is correct. Oh, and one other thing, not that it matters. According to Sarah, she's worked for this company since 2017, even though it wasn't formed until 2019. So here are my questions. 1, why is the Department of Energy handing over control of our strategic petroleum reserves to a private company that nobody can find out anything about, that appears to only invest in storage units from Colorado, where the energy secretary is from? Some great investigative journalist needs to connect these dots for me, because I've gotten as far as I can go. There's a connection between Chris Wright, Brian Taylor, the agent of the company, and this man right here, founding member. There is a connection between those people, and we need to know what that connection is. Thanks.
Are you guys getting it now? We're privatizing the Strategic Oil Reserve. Hold on. And there is an update, correct? But I'm just checking it. Let me check if it's added to my presentation. Sorry. It depends on the iCloud, or if I need to. Oh, sorry. I was trying to make it so you guys couldn't see me doing that. Hold on. Can we keep tapping the screen? We basically are no longer tapping the screen. I'm trying to add it to the presentation, but also I texted the link to myself. Hold on. Let me see. One way or another, we're going to. Oh, it is here. Done. Found it. Give me 1 second. God, I love technology. Thank God for the iCloud. This makes all of this possible. Okay, so here's the update that Mr. Global posted on the last video we just watched.
So we have an update on the company that has been given control of the SPR. And I said we need an investigative journalist because I'm done. We do have some answers but we also have some more questions too. Yeah, this thing really blew up. But Javier Blas, energy and commodities analyst with Bloomberg, uncovered the DOE contract details. And here are the award details. Contractor awarded name, Strategic Storage Partners, LLC. Address, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. So not Colorado. This company, have not been able to find this company anywhere. So we know now that it's not Strategic Storage Partners out of Colorado, but Strategic Storage Partners out of Louisiana. One thing a lot of companies do is they incorporate in Delaware so they can't be found, basically. Yeah. Privacy laws and all this kind of stuff. We do know that there.
By the way, just to be clear on that, if you don't know that, like, that's how we're all tech companies. If you want to take them to court, you have to take them to court in Delaware. That's because they have lobbied and the government of Delaware to make it almost impossible to hold corporations accountable. The huge social media company I worked out of that was based in San Francisco, also a Delaware LLC or incorporated in Delaware. And I was going to do a piece on this. They've made it even harder. Just last week, they are, under Trump, making it even harder to hold Delaware companies accountable.
There's a Strategic Partners storage registered in Delaware, but we don't know if it's the one from Baton Rouge because all of that's private. I'm sure there's ways to go find that. Now, I can't find anything out about this company, but according to Javier Blas, energy and commodities analyst, they are in the oil and gas industry in some capacity. What it is, I have no idea, but that makes me feel a lot better that they're not out here selling storage units. Yeah. This obviously doesn't give us all the answers we're looking for, but it does tell us it's not the company in Colorado, but a company in Louisiana that nobody can really get much information on. At least it's a company in the oil and gas industry, as far as Javier knows.
Still awful.
Perfect example of why we should have a lot more easily accessible transparency. And who is managing and running operations that are ongoing for the government in the United States? You know what I mean? Why does it got to be so secretive? Why does everything have to be so secretive? And yeah, I feel better about what we've found out today, but I'm still sitting here like, what's happening, right? What's happening? Why can't we find out anything about this company? By the way, tomorrow is the day, isn't it? Tomorrow's the day for this app to go away, for TikTok to disappear. Possibly. Will it happen? I don't know. But if it does, just in case it does, you need.
Anyways, it's not. As we know, we got an update. There's a 75-day extension on that. Hold on. This is not the end of Mr. Global for us. I have been meaning to show you another video. It's just, I make these long outlines and we can't get to them all. So, my favorite thing Mr. Global does are these takedowns. Someone posts a video and is like, I'm MAGA and I know something. And I read these charts, and then he just absolutely drags them into next week. I've been meaning to show you this, I think, it's not since yesterday, but since the day before, and I didn't get to it, and I promised myself, we will get to it now because it's so good. Not like we all don't love him already, but this is one of his best works ever. Okay, here we go. My God, I get chills just seeing it because I'm like, oh, this is like my idea. This is the best TV ever. Okay.
When Donald Trump entered office in 2017, we were only pumping about 9 million barrels. When he left, we were pumping 12 million. The Biden administration.
Can I just say, do you know how often in debates, MAGA will look up some chart and it's like they don't know how to read the chart. I would say 9 times out of 10, if it's like there's different types of MAGAs, right? The ones who think they have a brain, it's like some of them, they can't even find the charts. They wouldn't know, it's this epidemic of people who are like, I found this chart, I can read numbers, but like it's the interpretation. It's like that they have no idea how to interpret that and they misinterpret it. So that's why I think I love these types of videos so much, because that.
When Donald Trump entered office in 2017, we were only pumping about 9 million barrels. When he left,
Sorry, I just paused because so I'm just waiting. I just don't want the words. Okay, we're back. I'm just making sure that it's not cutting out. TikTok Studio is not doing so well today.
we were only pumping about 9 million barrels. When he left, we were pumping 12 million. The Biden administration immediately cut back, and then it decided before the midterms, hey, Americans like affordable oil. So then they continued the Trump plan and got up to 12 or almost 13 million barrels.
And this is why people who know nothing about this industry shouldn't be talking about it. And I'm sorry for the way you're about to look. First of all, how were we able to increase production so much under the Trump administration? Because you say this was Trump's plan, this was Trump's doing. What exactly happened? Donald Trump entered office at the end of the largest oil crash in American history. It lasted 2014, 2015, and 2016. And because of that massive oil crash that lasted nearly 3 years, when Donald Trump took office, we had a very high number of DUCs. DUCs are wells that have been drilled but not been completed. Many of these wells were drilled in 2014 and 15 and 16. Since they were drilled in different years, it's very inexpensive for oil companies to come in under their new CapEx budgets for new years and go ahead and complete these wells and get them online. Since we had an extremely large inventory of wells just waiting to be put online that should have been put online during the Obama administration but weren't because of the crash, Donald Trump was able to have production increased under his administration greatly. It had anything to do with anything he did. As far as your assertion that Joe Biden shut down oil production in the United States, it's because you're looking at this and you don't know what you're looking at. We saw the largest production decline in history in Joe Biden's first month, but it had nothing to do with Joe Biden. And it had everything to do with the worst winter storm to ever hit the state of Texas in history. Texas freeze causes largest ever U.S. oil production decline. Do we not remember the whole state of Texas being shut down and people losing their lives because of their janky-ass grid? If you need any further proof that this was weather-related, explain to me how oil production jumped by nearly 1.5 million barrels a day in 1 month? From February to March? Yeah. Had nothing to do with Joe Biden. In addition, when Joe Biden took office, the rig count was 375? By the end of his first year, it had climbed to 586, so we had picked up over 200 drilling rigs in Joe Biden's first year. Does that sound like shut down production? And by the end of the second year, we had picked up another 200 rigs. We had more than doubled rig count. You are also claiming that we have increased production by 300,000 barrels a day in just the first couple of months of the Trump administration, which tells me you don't know how to read this either. Because we are at 13,574. Look, right here in December, we're at over 13,630. And that's because you looked at one weekly number and picked it out, because weekly oil production numbers can vary greatly by 300,000 or 400,000 barrels a day. You have to look at long-term averages to see accurate production numbers. So again, I would ask, if Donald Trump has increased production by over 300,000 barrels a day, why is it we're still producing almost 100,000 barrels a day less than we were in December? Yeah, it's because it's not a thing. We increased production by about 300,000 barrels a day in the first year of the Biden administration by picking up 200 rigs, and you think Donald Trump did it without picking up a single rig in 2 months? Yeah, that's not a thing. Another thing that's absolutely not going to happen that you insist is going to happen is that we're going to be producing 14 million barrels of oil a day pretty soon. No, we're not. That's not a thing. A year ago, there was a few people that were predicting that by the end of this year we could be doing that, regardless of who the president was. But since Donald Trump has taken office, every analyst and expert in this industry has said we're not going to increase production at all this year. If anything, it'll be flat. It may even decline some. I will say you're probably the oldest Google expert I've run across on the internet, but nonetheless, you're still just a Google expert, which is a nice way of saying you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Thanks.
Thanks. I love it was thanks. Oh my God, I can't get enough. And do you know how many? Those are the ones that can find the charts, but they can never read them. It's like, it's not just numbers. You can't just look at numbers and be like, oh, look, there was an increase from here to here. That means Trump good. No, or there was a decrease from here to here. That means this happened. No, you have to then understand what was happening during that time period and be able to attribute the numbers to that. But that, but I digress. Also, during this, I was seeing people talk about, if you are looking, tomorrow is one of the most important, it's probably going to be one of the largest protest days in the country in like modern America. And there's a particular group, it's called Hands Off. And I would just say, look up protests in your area, but particularly there's this organization called Hands Off that's organizing protests all around the country. I know in Arizona, where I am, Hands Off is having huge protests. There's 30 protests tomorrow. I'm just in Arizona alone. There are 30 protests. So and this is happening all across the country. So my advice is look up where protests are if you're interested in going, hanging out, whatever. Like, I'm just looking at this Arizona Mirror article. Actually, I'll send this myself, and hold on, let me text. Sometimes I forget you can't see all my computer screens. Let me just send this myself, and I'll give you an example. I have 7 computer screens. It gets a little. Give me 1 second. I'm going to pull this up so you guys can, instead of just telling you about it, why don't I show you? Here we go. It's loading. Okay. Let me make it a little smaller so we can see my face. Okay. So, Hands Off protest to target Trump and Musk with 1,000 protests. So there's 1,000 and that's this here. Sorry, that's just this organization. They have 1,000 protests in America planned, including nearly 30 in Arizona. So again, I would say you could start by looking up Hands Off and their National Day of Action, which is tomorrow. But there's also, outside of that, there are veterans protests. There are protests everywhere tomorrow. Like, on Monday, all I'm probably going to have are footage of protests. Like, it's going to be a day of watching people scream angrily at Trump on Monday. So make sure you're here for the people's receipts. I'm so excited. I guarantee you there is one in Central Texas. That's what I'm protests everywhere tomorrow. It's not just this organization. Just this one organization is having 1,000 protests. But that's what I'm saying. So I would say just look up protests in your area, but you can start with Hands Off. But I would just say whatever your area is, protests April 5th. There will probably be more protests tomorrow than there ever was on one day in America ever. And the footage is I'm going to spend like all Sunday gathering all the best footage of these protests and trying to like be able to tell that story on Monday. At least that's what I'm planning on doing. So I just want everyone to know, if you're interested in any way, it's not like you have to go get arrested. You could just be there, just go be a body, get excited. There are going to be just one organization has 1,000 protests across the country. And I know Matt and I, USMC Angry Veteran, were talking last night about the veterans protests going on across the country. So there's going to be protests everywhere. Look what up. Get your protest hat on. It's not that you have to be like zip tied and sent to jail. Like, you can just be a person standing there, just silently obstruct the police from touching someone who is aggressively protesting. There's so many ways you can be helpful at a protest. It doesn't necessarily have to involve like your life being ruined, just to be clear. Sometimes I think people are like, if I go to a protest, I'm going to like have my life ruined. It doesn't necessarily have to be that way. Yeah, like Which that's someone just in the Alicia said, or Alicia, I'm not sure which one it is, said my 78-year-old dad is coming. Yeah, and that's kind of what I wanted to get into. Rachel Maddow, yes, she had the night off yesterday, but there's another piece to her show, and I was like, I need to find this piece, and I wanted to show you guys today that she did, because I know I showed you like 2 really good pieces she did on like the penguins and stuff, but there's this other piece she did that included, I made a video, but I was out running, so you couldn't, my video didn't have great audio, about that 80-year-old woman who was protesting, that she basically told the people like, hey, you can carry me out of here, but like I'm not going on my own feet. And they like all these troopers in Tennessee carried an 80-year-old woman out, but like you need 7 or 8 troopers to carry an 80-year-old woman out. It's embarrassing for them. Like police are the most embarrassing people. I would be like, I'm not doing this if I was a police officer. I'd be like, no, I'm not picking up an 80-year-old woman. This is weird. But I wanted to show you this piece because I just love how Rachel's brain works, and this will help get us all motivated, because this is great.
And I don't know if these actions by Trump and congressional Republicans are why. Americans are sort of showing how they feel about Republicans in the way they are right now. But it does, this stuff about the economy, it does coincide with this big flurry of election results we've just had in the past week, in which Democrats are doing very, very well and Republicans are doing very poorly. Republicans are at least losing huge amounts of ground, if not just losing altogether. We're going to speak momentarily with Wisconsin Democratic Party Chairman Ben Wickler after that stunning 10-point win last night by the Democratic-backed candidate in the Wisconsin State Supreme Court race. She was up against a Trump-endorsed ultra-MAGA candidate. He benefited not only from $25 million from Elon Musk, but also from a
I believe the count is now at 28 million.
Minute blockbuster campaign event hosted by Musk in Wisconsin, in which he gave out $1 million checks and told Wisconsin.
And that is not a random man. That is the head of the, College of Young Republicans.
Voters that the fate of humanity rested on whether or not this MAGA candidate guy was going to win. Turns out none of that worked. We probably should have seen the result coming when we saw the big, feisty, very fired up protests in Green Bay, Wisconsin, the day of Elon Musk's event there this weekend. People covered both sides of the street. They made tons of noise. You see them they had a huge wraparound banner that says Wisconsin not for sale. I mean, there was many signs at that protest there against Elon Musk as against Brad Schimmel, as against Musk and Trump's candidate for that Supreme Court seat. And of course, as I mentioned, this was Green Bay, Wisconsin, so they're blunt. Packer fans.
Let me just say, because I pinned Marlene's comment, because the Pillow Guy's supposedly now auditing the election. Yeah, and I talked about, I think Fax and I were talking about it yesterday morning early. He mentioned it, but this is what MAGA does if they lose. Obviously, the election was stolen. So Alex Jones from InfoWars and crazy, the pillow enthusiast, Mike Lindell, and all these wackos are saying that Elmo couldn't have possibly lost. Like, it must be stolen. Scary Fake is saying there needs to be an investigation. And guess who, with his 230 million or how many followers, is amplifying those posts? Elon Musk. Sore losers. If they don't win, it's stolen every single time. So yes, I am aware that now there's this, of all the far right fringe on X, the conspiracies are running wild.
Don't like Nazis. After the results came in last night, one Republican Party county chair in Wisconsin told Politico.com, quote, "I'm honestly shocked."
Not real audited, not like auditors are auditing. We won that election. We're saying crazy MAGA people. Do you not know who Mike Lindell is? Mike, the pillow enthusiast, the pillow guy. He literally made his money off selling pillows and then like gave it all to Trump. And he like was at J6 and all this crazy stuff was happening. Oh, I'll reset the tap goal right now. Thank you for reminding me. So not a real audit, like a Mike Lindell audit, which is like a crazy man who may or may not be under the use of illicit substances, in my opinion, just like saying he's audited something. Let me help you with how Mike Lindell does audits. So he not last July, July before, he had the cyber election symposium where he said that he had gathered a bunch of data that proved, like, this is the My Pillow guy that proved that the 2020 election had been stolen. So he had this cyber security symposium where he challenged anyone, and these are MAGA true believer people that support Trump. He had this conference and he's like, if anyone can prove my data that I have says that the 2020 election was not stolen, I'll give you $5 million. Well, let me tell you how that story ends. A guy who supports Trump. Sorry, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's TikTok Studio. It's not my fault, I promise. Sorry, you didn't miss anything. I waited until TikTok Studio stopped doing that. Sorry, puzzle piece. Yeah, so the guy basically was like, okay, and analyzed Mike Lindell's fake audit data and was like, yeah, this is wrong. Here's why. And asked Mike Lindell, and again, this is a Trump supporter, proved Mike Lindell wrong and said, give me my $5 billion. And Mike Lindell would not give him his $5 million. And the guy sued Mike Lindell. Mike Lindell and won the lawsuit. Mike Lindell has a $5 million judgment against him from a Trump supporter who proved his audit data was a lie. So no, he's not auditing the election. He's just spreading a bunch of lies on the internet. So yeah, just to be clear, I don't want to scare anyone. Clearly, we won that election by far. It's just they don't like not winning. Oh, Lindell doesn't have the 5 million. Lindell gave all of his money to Trump in the 2016 election. If you don't know, Mike Lindell has lost everything. Mike Lindell is about to be like living in a van down by the river type situation. Like Mike Lindell had a co-op. Like Mike Lindell lives in Minnesota and he had good people in Minnesota working for him who had equity in that company, and he ran it all into the ground for Donald Trump, gave Trump everything he had, and is now continuing with this BS. So no one worry, we won the election. It's just Mike Lindell is pretending. Hopefully he'll offer some more people $5 million to prove him wrong, and then he'll owe another person a bunch of money.
I thought we had it in the bag. I thought Musk was going to be an asset for this race. Really? Have you looked around recently? Have you talked to any of your neighbors? So in Wisconsin, Susan Crawford won easily.
Sorry, 1 second. I didn't do that. That was TikTok. Hold on. I'm just trying to make it so I can get back in I can see the live. That is the weirdest thing. Hold on a second. It just like closed it, but it didn't close. And then it's like, are you still here? And I'm like, yes. Just 1 second. I'm almost done fixing this. Like none of the live closed. It just, I don't know what just happened. That was strange. God, you say mean things. All of a sudden, you're not allowed to talk anymore. It's the weirdest thing. I need to rewind a little bit too, because I think it. And now it's like, hold on. I'm almost done figuring this out. Almost done figuring out this very strange problem. That is so strange. Give me one more second. I don't know why I can see like half the live. Oh my god. So annoying. I'll figure the rest of it out in a second, but let me. And now, okay, there we go.
You talked to any of your neighbors? So in Wisconsin, Susan Crawford won easily against Trump and Musk's candidate in that Supreme Court race. But it wasn't just her. There was also a superintendent of schools race, statewide race in Wisconsin. That went the same way, with the Democratic-backed candidate beating the Republican-backed candidate, and pretty easily. In those two deep red congressional districts in Florida that also had elections last night, we saw the Republican candidates win in both, but Democrats cut way into their margins. Trump won in both of those districts by at least 30 points just in November. But last night, Democratic candidates cut those margins at least in half. Democratic candidate Josh Weil ran in Florida's 6th district. He said the issue that resonated the strongest with voters for his campaign was definitely Trump and Musk attacking Social Security, something that I think Democrats all over the country are taking note of. Aurora, Illinois is the second largest city in Illinois after Chicago. They had their mayoral race last night. Now, the incumbent mayor in Aurora was a Republican-backed mayor. He was first elected in 2017. He was easily reelected in 2021. He expected to be reelected again last night. But the Republican-backed mayor of Aurora, Illinois, was ousted last night, lost his seat to a challenger who was backed by Democrats. Last night's wins and surprisingly good showings for Democrats also follow, I think, some undercovered election results from Louisiana this past weekend. The Republican governor in Louisiana and the Republican-led legislature there put 4 different constitutional amendments before voters in Louisiana this weekend, and they lost. All 4 of them lost. In Louisiana. One independent Louisiana pollster interviewed by the Louisiana Illuminator explained that even in red state Louisiana, there was basically no keeping up with the organization and outrage on the Democratic side, even with the Republican governor and the Republican legislature all lined up behind these constitutional amendments. They couldn't get any traction. Starting early on in the process, quote, Democrats and black voters showed up in far greater numbers than Republicans during the early voting period. The pollster said, quote, I have just never seen an early vote this strong for Democrats. That follows, of course, other special elections earlier this year where we've seen Democrats pick up legislative seats in deep red districts in places as far-flung as Amish country in Pennsylvania and in the great state of Iowa. And, it's in part probably some of these election results. It's in part, I think, some of the polling about how outraged and disgusted the American people are with what Trump and Musk are doing in Washington. I think it's in significant part what people are seeing on street corners, out in front of Tesla dealerships, out in front of Social Security offices and VA offices, with Americans protesting every single freaking day of the week now against what Trump and Musk are doing. I mean, you put it all together, we're really starting to see some wind in elected Democrats' sails. With, of course, Democratic Senator Cory Booker of New Jersey galvanizing national support and national attention, rapturous attention from Democrats and critics of Trump and Musk, with his record-setting 25-hour-plus filibuster against Trump that ended last night. We've now got Democratic Senator Ruben Gallego saying that he will personally block all Trump nominations to the VA in protest of Trump's deep cuts to VA personnel. We've got Hawaii Senator Brian Schatz, of course, putting a hold against all Trump nominees to the State Department in protest of Trump's dismantling USAID. We've now, on top of that, got California Senator Adam Schiff putting a hold on Trump's nomination of Ed Martin to be U.S. Attorney in Washington, D.C. Ed Martin, who was personally at January 6th and has been using the powers of the U.S. Attorney's Office in D.C. as its interim chief. Exactly the way you think it might be used by someone who was at January 6th for Trump's attempt to violently overthrow the U.S. government and install himself in power for life. Today at Tufts University in Massachusetts, students walked out in support of the Tufts University grad student who was snatched off the street by masked federal agents this past week and flown to an immigration prison in Louisiana despite a judge's order that she not be moved out of state. Yesterday in Tennessee, did you see this footage? Look at this. This is an 80-year-old woman who was arrested at the state legislature in protest. She refused to leave. She was there in protest of Republican policies targeting even elementary school kids for arrest and deportation. She told state troopers in Tennessee that she did not mind being arrested, but she was not going to help them do it. They were going to have to carry her out. The troopers picked her up out of her chair and carried her out of the state capitol, 80 years old. They then put her in the patrol car and took her off to jail, bodily. Today in Washington, outside the Supreme Court, a raucous, loud, rollicking protest with a good sense of humor. While the Supreme Court heard yet another Republican abortion ban case, one of the things they did here at this protest is they made fake magazine covers, which you can see here. It's a fake People magazine cover there that says, Brett Kavanaugh, sexist man alive. A fake Scientific American, unscientific American cover featuring Samuel Alito instead of Alito. The FDA, who needs it when we've got Joe Rogan? Also a mock-up of Time Magazine, Turn Back Time Magazine. John Roberts, the man who presided over the death of the Constitution. And that was outside the Supreme Court today. Also in Washington today, a rally outside the Capitol, a rally in protest opposing federal cuts to HIV funding. Trump this week just absolutely decimating the FDA and the CDC, cutting core government funding for everything from HIV to Alzheimer's to bird flu to IVF to measles to everything in between. We are going to see hundreds of protests all across the country this weekend, Saturday, April 5th, what is likely to be the largest yet day of protest against this administration.
Yeah. So you get the point. But tomorrow, April 5th, is going to be the largest day of protests maybe in modern America. So there's a protest around you. You can find it. You guys should see what just happened when the live accidentally closed. I couldn't see you guys, but I knew the live. I just troubleshooted my whole computer while the live was going on and kept it going. That was so crazy. I have no idea what is going on in TikTok Studio. That was the most crazy thing I've ever witnessed in my life. TikTok Studio is not well today at all. Let me see. I know I have another thing I need to show you before. So I want to show these immigration things. Oh yeah, I want to show the thing about this is the best. Okay. Someone asked me if which we did talk about the penguins. We talked about the penguins yesterday, but I have to show you that I promised myself there's a few things. I have a little list in things in front of me. I was like, do not leave the live without showing them these. I'm about to make you cry laughing. Again, this is by Indivisible Guide. Here. Oh, wait, I think I actually took a screenshot. Yeah, they made it bigger. Indivisible Guide. You're about to die laughing. Prepare to die laughing. But if everyone's going to ask me, what account is this on? It's on Indivisible Guide. That's where this TikTok video comes from. But prepare to die laughing, literally.
This is the eastern rockhopper penguin. No, I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that. Spitting slow, spitting fast. I could roast, I could gas. Think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains at last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah. Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Gonna learn the consequence of being incompetent. Mental health is confidence, dreams and some modestness. I'm not here to save the day, that's for you to take away. I could play a million mind games, but instead I say something not illogical, something that is topical. Rub it on and watch it go, make yourself unstoppable. Dreams are irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable.
Thoughts in my head, a collage and they spread. I'll be great one day, going off of my meds. No, I'm not giving up, no, I'm not giving in. I will make it to the top, taking off in the wind. I gotta make it, I'm saving every day to taste it. I'm patient, but my mind, it can hardly take it. I'm chasing a dream that I've had for several ages. A vacant, modern kingdom for the taking.
Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
Because Trump is not stealing our joy. I just sent it to everyone in the Discord, and then it's in the live sources section. It's number 14 in the outline. The Discord, there's a link in my bio. If the link doesn't work, just copy and paste it into the browser. It is now in the general chat. I have sent it as a notification to everyone. I showed it before I played the video. If you want to find it on TikTok, it's at Indivisible Guy. Joanna posted the actual @ during the video or pinned it for us in the chat. I don't know how many more ways I can identify. Where was it at? And also this account I follow that's funny, Honey Badgers my bee. That's where I also found it originally on. But I would suggest on TikTok, again, it's at Indivisible Guide. This is another group that's leading a bunch of protests tomorrow. But I have sent it to everyone and send it to people. Like, when people get anxious and you're upset, like, we all need to laugh and smile and realize, like, the world's going to still be okay. You know what I mean? Like, Trump will not steal our joy or the penguins' joy. Just one more time for my enjoyment.
This is the eastern rockhopper penguin.
video. That is like, I think of all the, because so many people have made penguin videos. I think I was like, thank God I saw this. Like, that made my morning. I was like, I can live another day. These are the Rockhopper penguins. I'll never forget that. Casey, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you for all you do. I watch your live every day and I've learned so much. Oh, Caffeine, thank you for being here. And I enjoy your comments every day. Deb, oh my God. Thank you for the $50. Put this toward you and the Rockhoppers. Love you. Thank you for all your work keeping me smart. Thank you, Deb. They are so cute, too. And those penguins better never send any exports to the United States. They're going to be super, super expensive. But Monday will be a great day in this live. Thank you so much, because honestly, I'm hoping, my hope is that I will have so much content from Saturday of people protesting, and like, we'll just watch a day that will like give us hope of energized, angry people being like, what the f- is Donald Trump doing? That is my hope. But God knows, I mean, hopefully, and someone's like, this is all peaceful. I mean, think about it though, like, and that's what I'm saying. Use your privilege tomorrow. If you're a white male and you can protest and you're not scared that your rights are going to be violated, if you're brown, I'd be more cautious. Like, think about it. That's why student visas are being revoked. Oh, that's what I wanted to show you that video about because they're doing it in silent at Arizona State. 8 student visas at Arizona State were revoked in silence. And so it's like, yeah, I thought protesting was legal. I thought we were all able to do it without consequence, but now we're hearing that people can be disappeared because of it. But
Students protested on ASU's campus after 8 fellow students had their student visas suddenly revoked.
12 News journalist William Pitts is live in Tempe with what he's learning about these students and why they're being kicked out of the country. Will?
Yeah, immigration law is pretty vague. The U.S.
Whose name is Penguin Tariffs? That's funny in the chat. So what's chat's name is Penguin Tariffs? In my land, we just call ice cream cream. That's funny.
Revoke a student visa for pretty much any reason. But just a little while ago, ASU said it does not appear that these reasons have anything to do with any protest activities on.
Sorry, I wasn't reading the chat for a while. I've got a lot of things going on. Like TikTok Studio was like shutting down. I did not know. I just saw. So yeah, that's probably embarrassing. You guys have been laughing. That's really funny.
Campus, ASU isn't exactly saying what those issues might be.
Shame on you! Shame on you!
Marching through campus.
ICE on campus, no more!
For students, they don't even know. No one in this group knows which 8 students at ASU had their student visas revoked.
I've heard rumors, I've heard people say things, but right now it all seems like just guesses. It doesn't seem like there's any information that's confirmed out.
But they say they don't need to. They're students, just like they are.
We're protesting just in general student repression, which has been going on nationwide.
ASU confirmed 8 students had their visas revoked. An ASU spokesman wouldn't say anything else about the students, citing student privacy. But ASU says when a visa is revoked, the International Students Office is notified.
Shame on you!
Students have had their visas revoked, even been arrested across the country, leading to protests, like this one at Columbia University after a pro-Palestinian student organizer with a green card was arrested. A tough student was arrested on the street. Nationwide, Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the federal government has pulled the visas of at least 300 students.
Every time I find one of these lunatics, I take away their visa.
Shame on you! They've been saying for a while now that they were going to be deporting students, international students who had been protesting for Palestine. We don't know if the students here were involved with that or not.
Under U.S. law, a student charged with a crime can have their visas revoked, but the State Department can also do it if they do anything that could adversely affect foreign policy. The State Department sent a statement to 12 News saying, in part, the United States has zero tolerance for non-citizens who violate U.S. laws. Those who break the law, including students, may face visa refusal, visa revocation, and or deportation. Now, no one's identified any of these.
Someone in the chat said Tempe's a fun little city. Yeah, it is now, but former sundown town. I mean, Tempe was started as a sundown town because there were too many Hispanics in Phoenix. So, I mean, not great historically. Now Tempe has a black mayor. So better news now. Used to be a sundown town where white people went because they're like, what are all these brown people doing in Phoenix? Oh, don't bring up Mill Avenue to me. Yeah, if you're a native born Phoenician, then I've been going to Mill Avenue since I was like 15. That's like where all the clubs and bars are, like on ASU. ASU has, if you don't know, Arizona State has one of the largest enrollments in the country. I think like behind Ohio State, or they like compete. It is like an absolute S show. Like, I mean, ugh, it's crazy. Like I can't even. The stories I could tell. Oh, penguin tariffs. Is this Billy Ray Dipchit? It's got Billy Ray Dipchit vibes all over it. He's the only one I know that changes his damn profile name like every 5 seconds. I have a feel like if I had to guess who I think's account that is, it's Billy Ray. Nope, it is. I knew it. Or is it? Or is it not? But the only person I know who is hilarious and constantly changes their name all the time on TikTok is Billy Ray Dipchit. Or it's a penguin. It could just be a penguin. Who knows? Anyways, on that note, I think I'm going to end the live here because I have some things I need to get done. My sister moved to Cave Creek and said always wants me to come visit. Yeah, Phoenix is a great place. Don't come during the summer or you will die. Or who knows? Maybe there won't be a summer. Either this summer, all the water will dry up and we'll all be climate refugees, or maybe it will start snowing. There's no way to tell with climate crisis what is going to happen here. Like, if you told me it'd be snowing in Flags, like, I don't know what's going on. It's been freezing the last couple of days. But yeah, look up protests, see what's going on. But I will, hopefully, my goal is to be reporting on all the protests around the country and try to spend my Sunday finding all the best content so we can have a good old time. Yeah, Arizona in the summer is not inhabitable. That is, I agree, especially not if it keeps getting hotter. Like, people are like, oh, we don't want immigrants. Well, everyone from Arizona will soon be immigrants. We're going to have to migrate north soon. There's no water left. I do love a dry heat, though. I know. Oh, yeah. Someday I will tell you my ASU stories. Let me just tell you, like, if you're a student at ASU, like, I remember, like, my friends would go there when I was in college and university, and they would send me, like, the health and safety emails that go out if you're a student. And, like, they are emails like, oh, there's an HIV outbreak, or, like, I mean, like, ASU is not a safe place, but like people don't go there to go to school. Like it's just a full-time party. I will name my 20th penguin child after you, please. That's so nice. I'm so sorry you're being oppressed from so far away. I didn't know you guys had it. I did 20th. If I ever saw you, I'd probably start crying. Well, it's a sleigh ride into disappointment. Like I'm crying in joy or crying in what with the F? Oh my God. I just opened an article and they literally, the first words are, it was a bloodbath on Wall Street today. God. Well, everything's going so great. I love you too, Gracie. Oh yeah, Chico State. Yes, I had friends that went to Chico State. I know about San Diego State, Chico State, all those. Yeah, I always consider San Diego State, Chico State, and Arizona State all very similar places. Absolutely. Have a great weekend, you guys. I'm going to probably go take another nap because I'm not feeling too well. Have a great weekend.